Good morning, everyone. Nice to see so many of you so early. Well, early, depending how long you've been at the parties last night. My name is Geffi Therma. It's good to see you on the first session for the Impetus Citizen Science Festival at Ars Electronica, titled New Pathways, AI, Art and Collaboration in Citizen Science. Before I go into particularly much detail, I just wanted to get a bit of a picture of who we have in the room and where you're coming from, and what sort of place we need to pick you up at with the discussions we're going to have today. So we have prepared a question for you, hopefully. If it works, if it comes up, maybe. There should be a Slido, and you could already get your phones ready to scan a QR code. I'm hoping it will come up on screen anytime. And the question we want you to think about, I can already tell you. This is my earring clicking here. Let me take that off. Is for you, what is citizen science? Just going to give you a moment to think about that and give me some responses. Are we getting live responses on this, or are we? A good thing. That is a very good first response. Innovation, empowerment, action, participation, hope. You are so positive so early in the morning. I love it. Democratized science, collective knowledge, situated knowledges. Yes, change. This is so beautiful, I basically don't need to explain much to you. You already come here knowing what we're talking about. So let me just give you a very brief overview for us, what citizen science is and from what perspective we're approaching it. So I assume I don't need to tell you that citizen science is about the public participating in science and research activities in an active role. So not as a passive being the subject of science, not responding to a survey or participating in a trial or testing a product, but about really actively engaging, being part of the research, being part of the data collection, the analysis, the communication, the decisions that happen around science. And why do we want citizen science, and why is that so important? Is because it really brings people into science. It makes science better. Right? It makes science more inclusive, it makes it more representative, and it also teaches people not about only the context and the content of the research, but also about how research works. And in a world where we're all faced with so much misinformation, that is a really important thing to do. Let me get to my second question for the morning. What for you is artificial intelligence? I'm assuming if you've been at the festival for a while, a lot about it already, but we also find that it means very different things to different people. So I'd be interested to know what it is for you. A tool, a useful tool, okay. Algorithms designed by people. LLMs. Machines in partnerships with humans. ChatGPT. I see a theme here. Machines learning from data. No excuse for unmoral decisions. Congratulations. Surveillance and control, the present, but is it the future? Intelligence, a moving target. Simulation, learning, problem solving. Yes, all of these are somewhat true, I would say. I think the important thing for us as we go into the day and as we go into the keynote and the panel session that we're having up next is that AI is not a new thing. It's been around for a long time. It's been around for decades. We're defining it as a computational system that is able to perform tasks typically associated with human intelligence. And one of the reasons we asked this question is because if you look at the media these days, you get the impression that the only thing that AI is ChatGPT. Or whatever chatbot you happen to use, it might be one of the competitors. And for us, it's important to say that it's so much more than that. Everything that is machine learning, everything from your Google search algorithm that gives you your search results to the app that tells you what music you're listening to, all the way to your self-driving car. All of it would be AI. And in general, it's about machines learning from data, using data from the past to make predictions about the future, and potentially with more recent developments with generative AI, machines ingesting lots of content, text, images, you name it, to create new content, to make new things with. So, with that scene set, let me give you a very brief overview about what we are doing in the next 1.5 hours. I will hand over in a moment to my colleague Marisa, who will give a wonderful keynote. I know it will be. And after that, we will have a panel with 3 amazing speakers where we are going to go into a little bit more depth about how AI and citizen science and the arts all connect together and what some of the benefits and drawbacks of that situation might be. There will be plenty of time for questions as well, both for the keynote and for the panel. So please, if you do have them, make sure you raise your hand and get a chance to ask them. So for now, let me introduce Marisa. Marisa is an associate professor in informatics at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that correctly. Her research has primarily focused on the application of serious games and the integration of humans and machines within the field of citizen science, as well as transformative potential of data and artificial intelligence for the public good. Her work is driven by a commitment to democratize scientific discovery and promote the ethical development of emerging technologies. With considerable experience as an expert for various directorates of the European Commission, Marisa has also conducted analyses of the ethical and societal implications associated with virtual worlds and data governance. Her insights have been instrumental in shaping policies and practices in these areas, and among her recent contributions, Marisa has served as a guest editor for the special issue of Citizen Science Theory and Practice, focused on the future of artificial intelligence and citizen science. She is committed to bridging between technological innovation and societal well-being. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about that. Marisa, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I use this. Wow, not a good start. With this mic, so first of all, I don't touch the microphone, correct? So it's really, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, good, thank you very much. Well, Gefju, you introduced me very nicely, actually. I was thinking whether it's really me that you were describing, but I think it is. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be here at Ars Electronica. It's really a pleasure. And as you see, the title is about minds, hands, and machines. And I explain why in a moment. Okay, well, a little, I step back for just a moment. When I prepared this presentation, I had in mind what I consider a fundamental question. You will see that this presentation is mostly about questions than answers, and maybe this is a good thing. The fundamental question is, in an age of powerful AI, how do we ensure that human participation remains meaningful and respected? And I explored this through the lens of citizen science projects, the way I'm more familiar with, which are in the different fields of science and not in the field of art. So those who are in art here, please accept my apologies for this. But I think that the themes that I'm discussing, the questions that I have I'm raising today can be central to many artistic activities as well, like, for example, revealing a machine's logic, valuing embodied knowledge, or turning uncertainty into inquiry. So while the context from which my presentation derives is more about the science, I invite you to think about these ideas, how they could be applied also in artistic practices. And here, minds, hands, and machines is quite intuitive in my opinion, because I don't think that in citizen science projects supported by AI, our physicality disappears. It doesn't. So we are still whole individuals using our intellect, our hands, in the sense of our physical senses, and obviously we use machines. And I would say there aren't just projects that use AI to automatize everything, but we still have several hybrid projects where AI is used to augment maybe what people can do, but do not really replace them completely in what they do. So, can't we all just get along? This is a question that Zooniverse asked within their community. It's a very large community. Zooniverse, for those who don't know, is the largest platform running citizen science projects in the whole world. And years ago, they introduced machine learning. And so the idea, they started to discuss with the members of their huge communities how they felt about it, right? Can we just get along? There is this desire, right, for harmonious relationships, often in situations of conflict or disagreement, or possibly potential conflict or disagreements. And we used that question. In 2020, there was a European Citizen Science Conference in Trieste. Actually, it was during COVID, and so it was online. I don't know if somebody here was attending anyway. And there was a little workshop that I organized together with other people, where we asked the attendees to say something, to express their opinions about opportunities and challenges connected to the use of AI in citizen science. Here, very briefly, I mentioned the four main areas of concern. And Gefion, you mentioned democracy, and the possibility that democratization is hampered by the use of AI was one of the problems expressed by the attendees. And then there was this idea, okay, if we use AI, especially for performing a simple task, routinary task, what's left for us? So this concern with the possibility that we need to reskill or upskill people because all the mundane things are performed by AI. And then there was an issue of data ownership, and there is still this issue. So who owns the data that we use to train the models? So are we putting them in a public domain or what? So, and then in the end, there is always this issue of transparency, right? Because the opaque nature of many machine learning models seen pretty much as black boxes that we don't understand what they do, okay? I think that, and here is what I consider to question zero. So through the work that I've done and also what I've read that other people are doing, I think that we can get along, so the partnership can succeed if we ask ourselves all the time two questions that, in my opinion, are very important. As I said, for me, they are question zero. They cut through the technical complexity to get more to the heart of the matter. These are the questions. What is machine learning for in citizen science? And why and what do citizens participate for? So you see, they are not about the code, or they are not about processing power. They are about goals and meaning for participation. So the first question, I'm sorry, here there is a little bit too much text, and I'm sorry for that. I'm not going to read it, obviously. But this just to give you an idea of the actionable steps that might be taken. They are not the only ones, of course. These are just an exemplification. Some steps that I think could be considered to decide what machine learning should be for in citizen science. And first of all, anyway, I think that a machine learning or any kind of AI system should be trustworthy and reliable. Of course, I think this is just the bare minimum. And some steps that can help us go into that direction are about transparency. We need to understand what the system is for, you know, what is the purpose of using it, what the limitations are. And there is this issue of ensuring fairness, so in the sense of actively testing a system to mitigate possible risks of bias. And also there is always the need to uphold accuracy. Obviously, we need to ensure that the systems is producing reliable outputs, accurate outputs. And what do we want the citizens to participate for? There are probably different answers to this, but in my opinion, anyway, ensuring a meaningful and respectful participation is also very important and the bare minimum that we can probably do. And here, again, as I mentioned probably few moments ago, we need to establish some clear policies, for example, for data ownership, and people should receive credits for what they do. They need to be accurately informed about what the AI system is going to do, what the system can do and cannot do, and what the limitations can be. And also we need to be sure that we deliver community benefits. So the project is not just about achieving scientific inputs for the scientists, but something, you know, about the participating communities, doing something useful for them. So now I think that this is the core of my presentation. There are 5 questions here. The 2 questions, question 0, are now framed within these 5 questions. And one is the importance of revealing the machine's mind. I mean, this is really quite a big job. And, this is the first challenge, because we need to make it possible for people and who are not expert anyway, like me. I'm not an expert about how to build an algorithm and how an algorithm thinks, but we need to make it possible to understand a little bit more how they think. By the way, I asked Gemini, for example. I used the Gemini as a large language model, and it was very, very nice how Gemini responded. And so instead of building completely a black box, asking those who are in charge of designing these systems to make it more possible, more likely for people to understand how the system works. So to reveal the logic, especially when the system gets confused. So we get confused and the systems get confused. And so the struggle of the two partners becomes something that is becoming part of the process, of the scientific process, in my opinion. So it's a good thing. Second, the dialogue of minds, hands, and machines. And here, this has to do with creating a dialogue between the parts here. So it's all about feedback. It's all about an exchange that loops back and changes the conditions for the next exchange. This is a kind of recursive. So we needed to think in these terms, in my opinion. So when the connection is clear between what we ask and what the system responds and so on, there is a better chance that the relationship between us becomes meaningful and deepens participation. The third point is about from uncertainty to inquiry, which means what do we want from AI systems? And this will be even more and more stressed as long as we tend to use in the future maybe generative AI systems, which at the moment we don't use that much in citizen science, according to what we have found out. But what is the purpose of using these systems? Once again, is to provide fast answers, is to eliminate all the doubts, and or maybe we should design our machines to be more as guides, guides that encourage our minds and our physical senses to explore uncertainty, right? And foster a better, a deeper process of inquiry. The fourth question is about making space for embodied knowledge. What do I mean by that? It means that it's quite clear to all of us that machine learning, or anyway, AI systems cannot step outside of the data that have been used to train them. But we do. We do. We bring something to the process that the AI systems cannot do, especially machine learning systems. I mean, and I'm referring to embodied knowledge. Embodied knowledge here refers to our practices, our cultural understanding, our intuition, sense of context. All these things are very important. And so it's about respecting our unique kind of contribution. So how can we build systems that do not just dismiss our gut feelings as it were an algorithmic noise? I think that this is also important. So I think about in the future, machines that should be designed to take more this embodied knowledge into account. And the fifth question, fifth and last, ethical participation in the full system, of course, because this, I think, all culminates in ensuring that ethical participation, that the full system acts according to ethics. And the ultimate question is about how to give people genuine agency and a clear understanding of their impact. So, almost done. The future is a dialogue, in my opinion, not just in citizen science, but also in education. There is a lot of discussion about that. It should be a dialogue and not a monologue, which is a lot of people do nowadays when they use especially generative AI. They just take the output as it is, without probing further whether that output is good or not. So, and again, other questions, sorry about that, but are we designing for data or data extraction? There is a lot of data extraction, so especially we use as citizens to collect data and process the data. So, and there is a lot of data extraction in many other activities outside of citizen science. And how do we appreciate the value that comes from participants? Again, participation should be meaningful and respected so that people don't feel exploited. I think that probably Catherine would talk a little bit in the afternoon about citizen science and liberalism, capitalist society, right? Wow. So I let Catherine to say more about that in the afternoon. We need to value what people can bring because they're volunteers. Otherwise, if they think I should do it for free and I'm not even valued, or what am I doing here? And then who truly benefits from this partnership? Because in many citizen science projects, they are science-oriented, like astronomy or astrophysics or maybe environmental science, there is for sure also the tendency to privilege the interests of scientists, okay? So that we write papers, making discoveries that make science advance and so on, but not necessarily benefit the whole communities. So it depends on also on the type of project. So in the end, and this is really my last slide, I think that building the future for citizen science with, when using AI systems is not just a technical challenge. It's up to us on the goals that we pursue, I mean, what we want to achieve. And let me tell you that we might also decide that we don't need AI at all. And so it depends on, I always say this, that the choice of AI, in my opinion, is not inevitable, although it can be more and more difficult not to take that path. It really depends on what you want to do. And it's not even so much in terms of productivity versus democratization. I think that we probably can combine the two. But it really means that if you are in charge of a small project, maybe related to collecting data data on a concern of people in a small area, and you don't collect so much data, you might probably not need AI. So it depends. And with that said, thank you very much for your attention. I hope that I made myself clear. Thank you very much. Did I stick to the time?
I think you have plenty of time left over.
Oh, really?
I was going to ask if anyone has questions for Marisa.
Okay, well, because I thought I had...
Yes. Can I just take... Oh, you have microphone. Perfect.
Yeah, is it working? Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Just about the last comment that you just did about the technical, maybe that's not the central part, that I might agree, but I personally, I'm a little bit concerned about some technical aspects of machine learning and artificial intelligence, because they are probabilistic models in the end, and they tend to favor the majority, or they tend to pay attention to the general or the logical answer or the most plausible answer. No? So, and sometimes I feel like citizen science, when you have the real value, is on the minorities, on the tails, on something that is unexpected. No? So I don't know if you have some ideas on, also in the technical side, if we need to revise also how we build machine learning and how we build artificial intelligence to make something meaningful for citizen science and also for social change and for minorities that might be involved in a citizen science project.
Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the comment. You're perfectly right. And actually, you know much more than I am in terms of building artificial intelligence. So I wouldn't really go down to that path. And so, but everything you said is perfectly, makes perfect sense to me. And I just want to be clearer here. When I said that it's not so much about the technical challenge, I didn't dismiss actually the technical part. It is absolutely fundamental. Just that I need to be clear here, it's not only about a technical challenge, it's also about, it's all about what we want to achieve. And so I think that for the way, I could see, for example, in the projects that we received for the special issue, on citizen science and the future of citizen science and AI. A lot of citizen science, the models that are used are relatively old. They don't use it. We didn't receive any types of, any kind of project using generative AI, zero. That was, so, which does not mean that maybe there are out there, but just that I don't know. So what we noticed is that the projects that were described in those papers, they were using relatively old models of machine learning, supervised and unsupervised, probably because they were, we assumed they could be easier to use. Simpler model that require less skills on the part of the scientists in the project, or that's what we assumed. And also they're cheaper. So they're a little bit obsolete in that sense. There is a sense of trying to keep up with this fast pace. It seems to me that the way they were used, they were used in the usual way that you perfectly know. So we used to classify images, galaxies or species, and when there are outliers or something that the algorithm doesn't recognize, then the human intervenes. It can be an expert volunteer or it can be a scientist. So far, it's a little bit of the doing what we have always done, just with the use of some more powerful machines. So how can we go a little bit beyond this, is my point, and I'm not so sure about that. So it would be, maybe this is something that can be done even now, for example, by interrogating the machines. I think that, for example, in Zooniverse, in several projects, people already ask questions about even the outputs that they receive not in the social media, in the forum. So in the past, we didn't have large language models to make exchange with, but we used the forums so I got this, I got that, what do you think about it? So the interpretation that it's a really human thing happened there because, as you said, models are probabilistic, they are related to correlation of words, but they are not about interpretation. We remain in charge of interpretation, for now at least. I don't know what you think about it, whether there will be a moment in time, not so far in the future, in which also these machines will be able to interpret what we do. I don't know, but people already do, but obviously they are the most active, the most interested. So, thank you for your question, by the way. Nice to see you. Other questions? You don't need to have questions necessarily. You can just make comments or thoughts or whatever you have in mind.
Hello, Marissa.
Yes.
Over here. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very great. I'm interested particularly from the point of view of this data extraction versus dialogue. So our citizen science projects don't exist in a vacuum. We're often interfacing with very powerful stakeholders and decision makers who are ultimately interested in data, and that might be for the greater good, for nature recovery, for instance. But how do we ensure that that dialogue remains in the center of our projects so that these automations don't take the agency away from our citizen scientists? How do we put them driving the car rather than the other way around?
Oh, that's a difficult question. I don't know if I managed to answer right now. You touch a very good point. Because, you know, in my presentation, I'm thinking about something that we need to do, and I'm not sure to what extent we are already doing this right now, except, as I said, when there are communities in the universe. I remember Folded, because I studied Folded for quite some time, where they have a specific forums where people go there and players, and they discuss, and that some kind of dialogue happens there, some kind. That's a very, how can we ensure that? So are you afraid that even the possibility of dialogue is going to be taken away from us if we use even more powerful systems that we use today?
Yes. Absolutely. I think that there's a kind of lip service paid to the role of citizens within pre-existing workflows, but that is an inferior drive to the powerful interest of we need data. So often partners perceive the issue as a technical problem, and the AI just comes in and citizens come in just to help the experts do their main job. Whereas really what we're approaching is an adaptive challenge, which needs a whole rethink in terms of the workflows. So in this emergent moment of the technology, how do we fight this corner is really, and I don't have the answer, and I don't know if anyone does.
I'm afraid I don't have the answer either, and this is probably one of the points that some people, those who are more sensitive to these issues are discussing. I see a lot in education. So there is really, I would say, the terror even, talking about panic, terror that dialogue is taken away from students and teachers. So some people, I just was reading yesterday, the use of AI in education is anathema, is exactly the opposite of everything that we have always thought about what education should be. Citizen science is not always about education, of course, but I know there should be, or maybe there was already a presentation here at Ars Electronica this year, talking about education and probably also citizen science. I couldn't attend. But so education and learning can be intrinsic processes in citizen sciences, so we don't exclude those. So that's why I think that some issues that we have there are similar to what we can have here. But I totally agree with you. We need to rethink a little bit. And at the moment, I see that the productivity view of citizen science is prevailing, the one related to democratization. So especially, I mean, I'm not against the poor astronomers. Actually, an astronomer was in the special issue, Lucy Fortson, working at the University of Minnesota and one of the founders of Zooniverse, and I adore her. So she's perfectly aware of all the issues. It's just that there is also a practical, realistic problem there. You have millions, a mountain of pictures, and there is no way that in our lifetime there are enough people that can help with that. So I don't want, that's very important for me, I want to specify this. I dislike the binary way of looking at AI and humans, either one or the other, or I don't believe in that. So for me, dialogue is also a way to overcome a bit this binary way. Obviously, we need to build some kind of solutions. How to do it, I'm afraid that I don't know much at the moment. Educating people could be a start. And then you say there are the other stakeholders involved. It's not just citizens, but scientists or maybe other organizations that have an interest in collecting data and using data once again, because data remains always at the like the bottom line. But I guess it will take a little bit of time. Sorry, I'm afraid that I didn't really respond to your question, but it's a very, very good question that elicits a lot of reflections.
That was great, thank you.
More questions from anyone?
Or more comments or disagreements? Somebody who says, I'm not going to use AI at all in my citizen science projects. So, again, I think it can be done. I have not direct experience with that, but again, something I have worked on in the past that was about the concept of citizen-generated data, another notion of citizens collecting data, but about aspects that affect them directly in their life. Like, for example, I don't know, we have the street is full of potholes, and I fall every time that I walk. So maybe a relatively small project about showing to the municipality of the place where I live that we have streets in terrible shape and they could do something, might not need a citizen AI systems for that. So that's, is there anyone here?
Yeah, I have a question. Yes,
sure.
Thank you so much for your thinking. I really appreciate your keynote.
Thank you.
My question might be just very naive. I'm curious. The framework of citizen science really changes the perspective on how you look at sort of like machine-human collaboration. But you also use the word participant, and often we hear the word user. Maybe there's also the word client, in times of commercialized chatbots, the user who actually pays money. So I'm curious for you to hear you expanding on like how the way we frame the human actually changes the discussion, but also the technology.
Well, because in my view, which I'm not really sure whether it's going to happen, I want to see humans as active participants and not just the passive recipients of somebody else's decisions. And like, for example, I need somebody who is classifying these images. I have trained the model using some of the classifications of citizens. Just please help us to classify even more images to make the system even more accurate. So that's what it's perfectly fine, but I find it a little bit passive, let's say, in terms of human contribution. You know, there is a lot of discussion, little human-computer interaction on, there has been in the past, on whether people should be considered users or should be considered participants, right? And not just in citizen science, but in general in relation to interaction with machines. And so maybe the choice of my words today reflects that kind of narrative around, around the role of people that are not just placed in front of a machine and they use it, but they take a more active role in terms also of trying to establish a relationship. Actually, there is always a relationship with machines, and so I don't. In my talk today, I have to say I haven't thought about the idea of people as clients, which probably refers more to people who do something for businesses, or maybe. I don't know if this is what you have in mind when you mention the word client or customer. I don't know. There is this slight business undertones.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I was just thinking that, like, citizen, the word citizen might be more related to, like, top-down government, like digital literacy projects. So we have to educate everyone, and that everyone might also be the user, and that might also be the person who pays money. So the citizen and the client might be the same, but we have a very different discussion.
Well, you know that there has been a lot of discussion in the field, how we want to call it. Just for the sake of simplicity, let's call it citizen science. But here in Europe, I think we still, the word citizen science is still prevailing. In the US, they don't want to hear about it. It's all about participatory science. And I know that they had an intense discussion in one of their conferences a few years ago, but I participated in a conference a year ago organized by the Association for Participatory Science in the US. They prefer to use that word. I have to say that for me, and the use of citizen does not refer to like a formal citizenship in the sense of being a citizen of a country. That's not what I have in mind. And probably a lot of people in Europe think the same. I think that we have probably continued to use this word, partly because of habit maybe, and partly because we think more in terms of a member of a broader community. That's I hope it responds to your question.
Thank you.
But your question is actually, there is a difference between the European and the American side of the pond when it comes to definitions and terms.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any further questions?
Thank you so much for the so interesting lecture. For me, the most interesting part was about this embodied knowledge.
Yeah.
I mean, as I understood, it was the crucial point of the lecture. Or actually, I wanted to check if I understood everything well. So, I understood that this embodied knowledge is what should be somehow become a part of AI. And that this embodied knowledge should be somehow, I don't know, collected through citizen science. Is it your idea, or you know, it's our feelings, our intuition, I mean, that's, as I understood, the way to keep AI humanized.
Well, I think you understood correctly. And first of all, let me tell you that based on my previous examinations of other citizen science projects using games, for example, because that's one of my main interests in the past, people have never left intuition or other cultural understanding or insights at all. They always bring those with them, and Folded, for example, is full of them. I talked and I had really the pleasure, the privilege with also working on papers with an elite player in Folded. So one of those that at the global level was scoring the most. And he explained to me quite in detail how he worked with Folded. It was a constant interaction and exchange between the system. In that case, it was this serious game. I don't remember whether they were already using AI systems at the time, maybe not. And their very sophisticated skills that were about perception of space, or spatial dimensions are important when you structure protein, and cultural understanding and insights. The aha moment was there. And that reminds me to what I wanted to tell you. I asked Gemini, which I used quite often, especially for structuring texts or for some brainstorming. While I was preparing this presentation, I asked Gemini, can you tell me how do you think? And the answer was quite interesting. The algorithm responded more or less like this. Oh, sure, I tell you how I think. My thinking is not about awareness, it's not about beliefs, it's nothing to do like that. It's about explain probabilistic correlation of words, and I don't have an aha moment. That's exactly what he said. So you see that what it said. I don't have an aha moment. The aha moment, you need to create it. And I think it was an honest response.
Thank you so much, Marisa. I'm afraid we will have to move on to the next stage.
Of course.
But a big applause for Marisa.
Thank you.
And for now, let me invite our next three speakers onto the stage, which is Alex Bedichevskaya, who leads the research at Nesta's Center for Collective Intelligence. We have Dilek Freisel, senior researcher at the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, I have to read that one, and also managing director of the Citizen Science Global Partnership. And last but not least, Sophie Burgos-Thorsen, sociologist, data rebel, and director of research and development at the Institute for Wicked Problems. Welcome. I'll just join you in the back. So, to get us started, could I just ask you to introduce yourself a little bit more with your background, with where do you come from thematically when it comes to citizen science and AI, and which role do these play in your world? There's a microphone, Alex, if you want to kick us off.
Sure, does this work? Okay.
Yes.
First of all, I just have noticed that Sophie and I are both wearing red socks, and it's like we planned this, but we didn't. But I'm very pleased for the aesthetics for all of you. But moving on, so I'm the research lead at the Center for Collective Intelligence at Nesta. As Geffian mentioned, what we work on is a broad range of participatory methods, and particularly thinking about how digital technology can enhance participation. And that does include citizen science, but also we work a lot on large-scale deliberation to inform policy and decision-making, for example. And I guess my kind of lens on AI, over the last 5 years or so, I've been thinking a lot about how participation can help us to build better AI systems that serve the interests of more people than they currently do. And that means participation across all of the different stages of the design, development, and testing pipeline of an AI system. And 4 or 5 years ago, that used to be a lot simpler when we were looking at more kind of narrow machine learning applications. So we, for example, have worked with communities affected by disaster and frontline workers to design new AI predictive models to help anticipate what kind of aid might be needed at times of crisis. And that in terms of like actually involving them in collecting data sets, testing the model, and then evaluating the model. Now that we are more reliant on foundation models, we're shifting towards focusing on downstream participation and really thinking about public involvement in governance and oversight of AI systems. More recently, we're trying to develop a method which we call an AI social readiness process, where members of the public can assess specific AI tools that are being considered for use by the UK government, and assessing how they feel about the different risks associated with that specific use case, because we know risks and trust in a particular use are very context specific and tool specific. So that's what we've been working on a lot, and I guess my interest is very much on the participatory lens on AI.
Thank you very much. Dilek.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me, Geffion, and thanks everybody for being here today. My name is Dilek Freisel, and my work usually in the space of AI and citizen science focuses most on using new sources of data, such as from Earth observations and citizen science, for official statistics as well as policy making. So I try to use and encourage use of citizen science data for policy making as well as integration into official statistics, but also helping using these data to better monitor global development frameworks, such as the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So I will ask now, you're all familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, or all of you? Okay, so that's great. But I will anyhow go ahead and explain what it is very briefly, because Sustainable Development Goals we know very broadly as, there are 17 goals, and they are there to address global challenges that we face, from poverty to environmental issues. But what we usually don't know is actually there's a huge monitoring framework behind these Sustainable Development Goals. So there are 169 targets under these 17 goals and 231 unique indicators. But currently, they were actually adopted in 2015 to be monitored by 2030, or to be achieved by 2030, but the issue is the lack of data. So we have less than 5 years left to achieve the SDGs, but about still half of the environmental SDG indicators, the number of which 92, lack data today. But why data matter? Data matter because in order to be able to get to somewhere, we need to know where we are today. So we need to know where we need to put more resources and where we need to make some policy changes and policy actions are needed. So it is really important to have enough data to be able to, enough and good quality data to be able to achieve those societal measures that we all want to achieve. So my work focuses mostly around leveraging the collaborative power of citizen science together with AI, like we're discussing today, to address these sustainability challenges, both in terms of their monitoring and achievement. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
Cool. Hello. Well, thank you for having us. My name is Sophie Bergårds Thorsen. I'm the Research and Development Director at a Danish think tank called the Institute for Wicked Problems. So what is our business? Our business is the problems that nobody can solve. So I think we have a good business model. We can keep working for some time. What is wicked problems? Wicked problems are the very complex societal issues, also covered very heavily by the SDGs. Climate change, inequality, unequal access to health, all these different kinds of issues that are not easy to single down to certain factors that you can just do something about and then you'll solve the issue. It's issues that cut across many different sub-issues. The key actors and stakeholders tend to not even agree on how to define the issues, therefore making it more difficult to solve them. There's political and value-based differences in how we look at them and so on. And these are problems that really demand more diverse knowledges, more information from a great variety of stakeholders and people with different experiences about the issue that we are addressing, to inform the policies that we're making. And at the Institute for Wicked Problems, we look at the political system and can see that most of the solutions that are being pushed out in the form of policies or reforms or other things, they tend to not work. And I bet that everybody here has a similar experience. I think we did an investigation showing that only around 15% of Danish people actually think that the policies that are being made can work in practice and actually will do something to address the issues that they are made to address. So we're obviously in a phase where we've been throwing old solutions at these very conventional policy solutions and expert-driven solutions and so on at these problems. And we're at a crossroads now where we're realizing we need much greater diversity of knowledge, especially from those at the front lines who are working with, let's say, youth that are struggling with mental illness or whatever it is. We need more diverse set of knowledges. And I think that AI has a major role to play in kind of innovating how we bring that knowledge into the parliament and the spaces of the decision makers. So that's what I'm working on. And before I went into that, I've been working for many years in urban planning, and both as a researcher and practitioner. So I always also think about inclusive cities and work from a point of kind of design justice and data feminism to try to challenge the way that technology can help us tackle some of these issues.
Thank you so much. Let me dive one level deeper in some of these questions that you've already touched on. In your view, what do you think are the big opportunities where AI can actually help citizen science? Where can it refuel? Where can it change? Where can it advance citizen science? And what challenges in citizen science could we maybe address with artificial intelligence? Can I come to you first, Alex?
Yeah, sure. So this might not be the sexiest answer, I apologize, but I think that a lot of the time, and it's been acknowledged, right, how important it is to think about volunteers and motivation. And one of the things that a lot of citizen science projects, I think, struggle with doing is really tailoring communication to different audiences. So primarily, of course, volunteers, very important. Trying to keep them engaged, sustain engagement over time. I think this is where language models are really actually great at having creative ways to summarize information and to make it really accessible and fun and interesting. I think on the flip side of that as well, thinking about audiences like policymakers, there's so much more impact that citizen science data and projects can have if their results are made more widely known to policy and decision-making audiences, but it's not necessarily a skill set that citizen science researchers or volunteers have, how to communicate to those types of audiences. So again, I think large language models can play a really big part here. We also, as part of the Impetus project, think a lot about inclusion. And I want to acknowledge that, of course, the current language models that we have aren't equally able to tackle or to serve all of the diversity of languages that we should be tailoring them for and making them more functional for. But it's still a tool at our fingertips at the moment to translate materials not only into different languages, but also potentially from one mode to another to make sure that participation is opened up and more accessible to people with different needs. So I think there's a lot of those types of applications that can really enhance the scale, the impact of citizen science and the enjoyment that people get from it.
Thank you. Tilak?
Thank you. As we've heard from the examples in the keynote, AI is already being used in citizen science, and this is not new. And it has been helping, for instance, in identification and classification of data, as well as even improving data quality in citizen science projects by identifying errors and things like that. But with actually generative AI, there are new possibilities for citizen science to adapt and implement. So, for instance, generative AI can even change. We haven't seen much of it yet, but I'm sure it's coming. How the citizen science applications that we all use in our smartphones that we're all using, right? We all have citizen science projects, applications on our smartphones, I'm hoping. So the way they are being developed can really change a lot, and the way how people are interacting with these applications. So, for instance, like generative AI can help those move or transition from being static tools to, conversational things that are also helping, giving people customized feedback, as you mentioned, in terms of communication. So this is another area. I will give you one example. We had a project several years ago where we were implementing. So we're doing a lot of AI now in that project. But before, we were asking people to go to particular locations to take photos on, what they see on the ground. It was a project about land use and land cover. And then we were asking people to, answer a few questions about what they see on that land that they have visited. And then there was a scientist sitting in front of the the computer, because we developed the tool to have a look at the quality of the observations submitted by citizen scientists and comparing it with the data that are basically are or observations made by experts, yeah, like European land cover area framework survey, for instance. And then we've been giving people customized feedback, like one person sits there, and we wanted to do it within the 24 hours. You can imagine the amount of workload that was creating for us. But nowadays we can do this in an automated way. Some citizen science projects are immediately providing feedback to citizen scientists, help them improve the quality of their submissions, observations, and feedback. And we know that citizen scientists really appreciate this kind of feedback. So we've been also asking them, what did you like about our project? And they were saying, yeah, we were getting feedback and that was really great. So these kind of things, like improving communication. And though we always tend to think as scientists, like how AI can improve our citizen science projects, but we don't usually think about the reverse situation of how citizen science can help advance AI. So we have published a study just this year about, this reverse idea about how citizen science can advance AI models, not only data, but also in terms of, approaches that citizen science projects use. And we identified 3 ways, but of course there are many others. One of them is lack of local data, because we know that a lot of these AI models, especially in the context of sustainable development, they are developed in the global north context, and then they are basically transferred to the global south context, which do not really work well because the local perspectives and local aspects in that data are missing, because they are used, or the data from the global north are used to train those algorithms. We've done a study about identifying plastic litters through drone imagery in Ghana, and the National Statistical Office in Ghana was really concerned, because in Europe we use plastic bottles to store and sell water, but there are water sachets that they sell and store water. So the algorithm that is developed in Europe is not going to, recognize those from drone imagery. So, and the policies could be made, and this is happening actually a lot globally. The policies are being made based on, data that are, or algorithms that are developed in the global north, and they are used to make decisions in the global south. And this is not the right way forward. And I will just very briefly mention another 2 ways that citizen science data and approaches can help AI is the societal biases that you're probably also, we know that AI models are not really great at, prejudices, and they basically even reflect more than what's really happening in the society today. Like AI models, for instance, associating words like poverty directly to Africa, or pilots being white male and things like that. There are a lot of examples of it, but citizen science data can really provide those perspectives from individuals that are usually marginalized and come from vulnerable backgrounds, and integrate their perspectives to AI development processes. And the other one, of course, the public engagement. Citizen science projects are about public engagement, and AI models are not really being developed that way. So I will talk more about that later, probably.
Thank you.
Super interesting perspectives. For me, I think the most interesting starting point is to look at how AI can help us challenge some of the kind of current issues that are persistent in citizen science. So we tend to glorify when we have new technology. We're like, oh, but we need to, stick to the good old citizen science. But good old citizen science also has some inherent issues. So let's talk about them. So I call it the 3 big E's, because that's how my brain works, so I can remember. Call it whatever you want. But I think one of the challenges in citizen science is that we tend to depend on really kind of extractive processes. So a lot of citizen science projects, not all, but a lot of them, involve citizens in a very particular moment. It is about basically harvesting data or knowledge from whoever is participating in a project. And then those citizens rarely have more agency or involvement throughout the different phases of a project. So I think that this is a big issue, and we can use AI and other technologies to heighten that issue and just involve people even less, be even more remote. But we could also switch it around and say, well, what are the opportunities for actually involving citizens as co-researchers throughout more phases of a project, giving them greater insight into how their data is being used? So just to be very specific, I've been working a lot in urban planning and policy making. And a reason to often exclude citizens after data collection is, well, they don't know how to actually turn that data into policy. They're not lawyers, they're not, city officials or whatever. But now we've actually experimented with giving, citizens, hosting workshops and giving citizens, ChatGPT or other tools that we've kind of prompted to help them turn their ideas into specific policies. So there's no longer an excuse to not involve citizens also in coming up with the solutions, right? So that's one example. That's the extractive part. Then there's the excluding part, the second E. So a lot of citizen science methods are, citizen assemblies or citizen letters or citizen proposals, something, some kind of very established formats or concepts in which it just tends to favor those who already grab the microphone, feel a sense of agency, feel like they have something that they can participate with in a democratic debate, and they can get through, so to speak. But we're experimenting with designing other tools that allow participants to collect data at home, and maybe if they don't feel fluent in sitting down and writing, long-winded, ideas or something, they can just take photographs, for instance, of whatever they're experiencing as an obstacle, or they can record a memo. And then we use AI to transcribe that memo and turn it into data or to textual data that we can process in structured ways, right? So really simple things, but it has a huge impact because it means we can meet people where they are at and design engagement methods and tools that actually allow them to have a voice in whatever way feels natural. So that's the excluding part. What's my last part? Nobody knows. It's the third E. This is where the E's come in handy. The third E is the expert-led kind of bias or issue that I think a lot of citizen science also struggle with. So again, we tend to have experts come in and already kind of define the issue or the problem and maybe, set up a survey that then is the thing that participants are actually responding to or collecting data from. And if we want participants to be co-researchers, they should also be part of even framing or reframing the issue and so on. So here I think a really interesting prospect of AI is that we can work with qualitative data. So at the Institute for Wicked Problems, we're indeed building a model that can measure how wicked a problem is. And we do that by simply saying, if we're investigating climate change, let's say, we're asking everybody that has a stake in that to answer a few open-ended questions and say whatever they want to say in qualitative terms. We don't already put up 5 boxes that they can, respond to or predefined answers and so on. We can just ask open-ended questions. And that's when we maybe get the emotional, the embodied experiences, all that other stuff that before we didn't know what to do with. And then we can use large language models and so on to still find ways of working with that. So I think that that's really promising.
Thank you so much. I'll have to speed us up a little bit because we're already nearing our Q&A time. But I would like to touch on one thing that Marisa has said that we've already discussed a little bit in the Q&A this morning, and I would really like to hear your take on this, which is, we've spoken about what AI does to citizen science as a concept and how some of those interactions work. I would like to know what you think about what AI and the use of AI in citizen science does to the engagement with the actual participants, with the citizens or participants, however you call them. We've also spoken about terminology. What does it do with the participants if you use AI? Is there a chance of replacing them? Is it more about reinvigorating? Is it about enabling things that we couldn't do before? What is the role of the participants when you bring in the AI? Yes.
So I think there's some really interesting examples that we've seen over the last couple of years of either citizen science platforms or online collective knowledge generation platforms introducing AI, and then actually doing empirical studies on how that affects participation. There was one that I saw fairly recently published from Stack Overflow. For those of you who haven't come across it, it's a community that developers use to kind of ask questions or problems that they're facing, and other developers can suggest solutions for how those problems might be overcome. And tracking the participation in that particular collective knowledge commons community over the last 10 years, you can see that over the last 2 to 3 years, where ChatGPT has been introduced, participation has really dropped off. So I guess that's one tangible example where we're seeing there's less potential motivation to contribute to those kinds of resources, which ironically are often the things that are being used to train the large language models themselves. But one of the reasons given for that particular community is that sometimes when other developers would respond to requests or questions, they'd be very sarcastic or quite mean, whereas ChatGPT is always going to be nice to you when it suggests a solution. So I think there's something here about why people are participating in a particular citizen science project. I think Marissa posed that question really well early on. And we have examples of other large-scale citizen science communities, such as Zooniverse, where they've looked at how their volunteers respond when they've introduced algorithms in different ways in their projects. And sometimes, I think initially, they were using the kind of narrow classification models to basically do all of the really simple tasks and then leave the more complicated tasks to volunteers. But it made some of those experiences for people quite monotonous because they weren't seeing a variety of images anymore. And that affected people's motivation to contribute. But I think what's interesting is that Zooniverse are thinking about these issues and actually asking people, what do you think? Should we be introducing AI in our projects and why? Because they know they're so dependent on those communities. We funded a project, I think probably 3 years ago, from the humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, who were also trying to use AI to assist their community of online mappers across the world who were mapping disaster-affected regions. And they found a real difference between the people who were beginners and just starting to learn how to do the mapping, and the people who were more advanced in terms of their attitudes towards accepting these types of tools, and also the impact that it had on their, I think, the speed of their mapping. So there was a big speed gain for beginners, but not so much of a gain for people who were already advanced. So I think we just need to really get into the details and look at how these tools are actually affecting the people taking part. And I think ultimately, a lot of AI uses that we're seeing introduced in everyday life or in administrative contexts, they're a lot about efficiency gains, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily what drives citizen science. People who take part in these communities, they're there because of interest, because of learning, and because they also want to do something impactful. And I don't think those things will go away. You can't replace that with AI.
Yeah, I think, Sophie, you wanted to respond to that.
Yes, or at least it comes in great continuation of what you said. I mean, I think we always have to be careful, of course, when introducing any technology, not just AI, but especially AI in citizen science. But my experiences have been really uplifting, so allow me to be optimistic in this panel right now. I can also go down a whole rabbit hole of all the bad stuff that could happen. But I've seen, at least firsthand, that participants can respond with a lot of enthusiasm and critical thinking in workshops where you introduce some of these new tools like generative AI. So I've done projects in Copenhagen and other places where we've looked at what does urban nature mean to people. We're talking about rewilding, we're talking about biodiversity loss, we're talking about all these different things, but we can't figure out really what counts as nature. Even, is this nature? I don't know, we might have different perceptions on that. So we've done a lot of kind of citizen science projects in Copenhagen to figure out how do different people with different backgrounds look at what even is nature and what role should nature play in the city. And they did some more classic ethnographic stuff. They went out with a photo voice application and captured, the parts of the city that they think has some kind of good nature in their eyes. And then we hosted a workshop where they, in groups, would sort through those photos and discuss them. And then we would give them one computer per group with a Midjourney, just a simple Midjourney image generating account. And then we would ask them to kind of discuss what they want to take from their photo voice walks, what has registered as important to them, and then translate that into visions for the future that we could potentially even give to policymakers and so on. And the first observation I made there was that people that don't normally have the ability to make renderings felt suddenly empowered to also participate in world building, in speculative futures, all these sorts of things that normally have been, the prerogative of only professional designers. So suddenly we were democratizing kind of futuring. But also all these participants were really engaging with a critical look at how Midjourney creates images. So this is to your point also about we need also citizen science to challenge biases and so on in the AI systems and the training data. None of the people in these groups just took for face value the images that came out of Midjourney when they started prompting. They started interrogating, they started re-prompting, they started putting in new reference images and kind of training the AI to understand what does the specific context of Copenhagen look like and stuff like that. And we use kind of simple screen recordings to ethnographically observe these interactions with the machine, and then that became the most interesting output, not necessarily the images themselves, but this process of image making and futuring.
That is beautiful, thank you. Dilek, did you want to add to that?
So we've been talking a lot about, the potential, and I'm also a pro-technology person, I must say. So we talked about how AI can enhance participation, right? We said communications in terms of, providing customized feedback to people and things like that. But there's also, AI can help reduce barriers to participation for those particularly, so that speech-to-text messaging could reduce barriers for those who have some disabilities and things like that. But also AI-driven translation can help a lot of people to contribute to projects. But AI can also reduce participation, especially in citizen science, especially in the global south context or in contexts where, marginalized populations and vulnerable segment of the populations live. And because at this point of time, still citizen science relies a lot on technologies that are developed. So we have smartphone applications and things like that. But there are still a lot of citizen science projects in order to ensure participation from those segments of the society. They try and use a lot of non-tech solutions. So they use maybe smartphone applications, but they also use paper data sheets to gather data. And, or they just go to communities and talk to people and do things like that. But if we rely a lot on AI in the near future to develop our applications or to run our citizen science projects, we will be losing the perspectives of those communities and people, and they will, their ideas, their perspectives will be left out of data that we use to make decisions. So it's really important for the citizen science community, those who are professional scientists developing citizen science projects, implementing them, to really consider when we're talking about integrating AI into our work.
Thank you so much. I'm going to skip our last question and instead see if there's any questions in the audience. We have time for maybe one or two, if anyone wants to. Otherwise, I'll ask another one. Neil, sorry, microphone is coming.
Thank you. This isn't a planted question, I promise. I guess this is for the whole panel, but particularly based on what Alex said. There's been a follow-up to that paper, looking specifically at Stack Overflow. I think it was at the CHI conference last year, where it was found that the answers to questions that the LLMs give are faster, but they're also terrible. That's like it's more complicated than that, but my question is, we've seen also that there are lots of papers about kind of productivity and how productivity hasn't really increased after the rise of generative AI. And so, is there a risk the people that are making decisions about whether we use artificial intelligence in citizen science are chasing advantages and gains that aren't really there. I guess that's the question. I'm not trying to make a leading question, but yeah, I guess that's my question.
I would love to see that paper. I hadn't seen it. That's great. I mean, it's not just citizen scientists that are chasing AI promises that maybe aren't even there. I think that's a danger that everyone faces, which is why I think, as we've all emphasized today, it's really important to do things thoughtfully and also with the participation of citizen scientists as you're kind of making these or introducing these different types of uses. I don't know. I mean, I think with any new technology, it really takes us a while to figure out how to use it well. And that's definitely going to be the case here. I guess the challenge is that, and this is what we hear in a lot of the conversations, the deliberations we've been hosting with the public about the introduction of AI tools, for example, in the public sector. People are feeling like they don't have a choice, like it's just happening to them. And that's something that really worries me, that, yeah, where people feel like the world is kind of out of their control because of the speed of development, especially if those promises aren't being fulfilled, or I guess, or aren't generating the kind of outcomes that are being promised. And actually, in those deliberations, people always ask, well, what are the results? What's the comparison with how it currently happens? If there's going to be a cost saving, what is the money going to be spent on? So that's what matters to the public when it comes to the introduction of AI in different types of services. And I think that's probably true for citizen scientists as well. Like, in order to maintain that trust, they need to understand why and how, and also be involved in the decision-making of when we're using these technologies and when not. I think I went on a bit of a tangent to your question, but hopefully it was related.
I think Sophie wanted to add to that as well, so.
Yeah, it's a reflection on a lot of questions that I think I get, and in general how the conversation on AI runs here. And I'm just observing that we are all, including myself, typically talking about AI from the perspective of accepting that it is the major tech companies that are providing AI, the AIs that we're talking about. We're talking about OpenAI, Anthropic, or whatever else, Gemini, and all these models. But I think what is really, and those have all those problems that we're talking about, right? But we don't have to have this conversation in a way where we accept a world in which these are the only models that are out there. And I think that this is the part of the hype cycle that we're in now in the tech development, is that those are the biggest models. But where will we be in 5 years from now? The question that you didn't get to ask. I think hopefully we will see kind of the equivalent to microbreweries in beer making, right? We'll see a lot more small, organic, local models that build on other kind of epistemologies. So last year, actually, in the other stage in Ars Electronica, I heard a brilliant Australian researcher talk about the Indigenous Protocols AI Laboratory. That is a beautiful project in which it's an Australian collective in which they're trying to kind of take principles of cultural sustainability, reciprocity, relational practices, and so on, indigenous practices, and infuse them in the way that they build different sorts of AI systems. And those are the projects that we need to look to also to challenge those problems that we can all agree exist. And I'm thinking also of a small Danish artist who recently made a kind of an art project called the Synthetic Party, where he basically took all the proposals for starting a new political party in Denmark that has, throughout many years, there's been many attempts to start a political party, but all the projects that didn't get enough votes to actually become a party, so all the lost voices in this political space, both from the left and the right side. And he's trained a small, kind of niche AI model, a language model to represent these parties that never got voted into parliament. So we have a kind of somewhere to go and talk or interface and chat with the lost voices. And I think we will see so many more of those projects, I hope, in the future that represent something other than the big models and the big companies.
Thank you. We have 30 seconds. Dilek, do you want to wrap us up?
Do you want me to spare the time to you to make the closing?
Please go ahead if you have to
You
add.
look so much in need of that right now. But I just wanted to say I really loved all the comments that my colleagues here made, and making AI more local and more community-oriented is definitely something important, and citizen science as a field need to look into. But I would also like to comment on the fact that the public sector and the cost efficiency gains from AI, because this is really important to me and personal as well, because I work in the field of official statistics, and a lot of the official, and we talk about the importance of data, good quality data, and that needs funding. But the problem is with this cost efficiency ideas that AI would help or supposedly help is actually making those national statistical offices that are supposed to be producing high quality data in a more difficult situation right now. And because also we cannot really trust everything that comes out of AI. I just wanted to make that point, and thank you. It's over to you.
Thank you all very much. I'm afraid this is the end of this panel session. There will be much more coming over the rest of the day. And I think most of us will be around at Little Bit for a while if you want to pick up on some of those conversations offline. So thank you all very much.
Hello, everyone. Whoop. Hi, everyone. I'm going to ask you to please get back to your seats so we can continue with the next session. Thank you all so much for being here. It's really nice looking at a lot of faces that I usually look at by Zoom. So it's really nice meeting everyone here in person. And we have a crowded room. I didn't expect that. This is great. My name is Agostina Bianchi. I'm here representing the Impetus project. Impetus is a European project that gives support and recognition to citizen science, which is today's topic, by enabling a wider range of citizen science initiatives to access innovative funding and also training. We aim to bring citizen science closer to society and policymakers and to acknowledge its role in tackling the greatest challenges of our times. We have a strong focus in enhancing its contributions to the Green Deal and the UN SDGs that were talked about during the very interesting panel that we had before. So as part of Impetus, we have 3 cohorts of citizen science projects that we give support to them, and in total we are funding around 129 projects, which is a lot, and we are very happy about the projects we have throughout the years of Impetus. And today, well, each year, each cohort takes part in a demo day, and today we have the demo day of the cohort of 2024, which are the projects that took part of the Accelerator program during last year. So welcome everyone. It's, again, great to see you here and to get to know you in person. So what we're going to do today is we're going to be playing a little bit. We're going to be role-playing. Today, you, the audience, will take on the role of different stakeholders. Right now, Chris is giving you some role cards. You're going to have some time to read your roles and to get familiar with that, so don't worry about reading it right now. Right now, you just have to pay attention to what we're going to do. So these different stakeholders are science museum, a company foundation, a technological company, and so on. And after that, no, not after that, but you're going to have those roles. And we also going to have these projects from 2024 pitching their projects to the different stakeholders that you're going to be, the audience. So the idea is that you get to know the different projects. Today we have 11 projects, which is a lot, and it's great, but it's going to be a very tight schedule. They're going to be pitching their projects to the different stakeholders in order to try to get some funding from them. So this exercise will help the citizen science projects to test how effectively they can communicate with diverse stakeholders and strengthen their future strategies. That's the aim of this activity. Finally, you, the audience, will be voting for your 3 preferred projects, and we are going to give a prize to the winners. So, this is how it's going to work. This is like a very quick overview of how the activity will take place today. First, you're going to get familiar with your role. You're going to have about 10 minutes to read your cards and put in place of each of the stakeholders you're going to be representing. After that, we're going to have all the projects pitching for their projects. This is going to be very tight. This is the quick part. Each project will have 1.5 minutes to present their project and to do their pitch. So please be respectful and mindful of that time, because you're a lot of projects. And after that, each stakeholders will go to different tables. We have a lot of space in this beautiful room. So each stakeholder group will go to, with a facilitator, to a different place in the room to have a discussion and choose which is your preferred project, taking into account which are your interests as a stakeholder. And after that, we're going to come back together here, but separated in groups representing the stakeholders. And each stakeholder group will have the possibility to make a question to one of the projects that are going to be pitching today. Only one question to one project. After that, each stakeholder group will make the final decision, and the facilitators with each group will help you do the voting for that. And that's a wrap, and then we're going to announce the winner. So now I'm going to give you 10 minutes to get familiar with your cards, and after that, we can continue with this. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I hope you all get familiarized with your role cards. Just as a reminder, if you are a part of a citizen science project pitching today, but you are not doing the pitch, you have to take a role. And you cannot be biased. But we're all playing today, so you're all invited to play. Now I'm going to invite all our beautiful citizen science projects to do their pitch. I'm going to call them in order. So first we welcome 330-300 Athens, Green Kipseli. Welcome to the stage.
Can I start? Yeah.
You go ahead, yeah.
Okay, hello everyone, I'm Vicky, and I represent, as you see here, 330-300 Athens, Green Kipseli. We are a citizen-led initiative from Athens. Greece. Kipseli is one of the most densely populated areas, not only in Athens, but in Europe. So I think that this is something that interests us a lot. So, as a residence, we collaborate with stakeholders to achieve environmental justice by combining technology, community building, and hands-on education. So our aim is to reclaim public space and create positive changes for a more sustainable environment in densely populated areas. So in our recent project, 330-300, we developed hybrid mapping together with citizens of all ages and background. It is a replicable tool that can provide precise results in mapping the urban green. So we achieved this through educational workshops, presentation, walks, mapping walks with citizens of all ages, and also through planting and propagation activities. So in one of our recent activities, we realized that children could not even imagine a parking lot turning into a green space, and this marked a pivotal moment for us. It was a moment that we realized that together with stakeholders, the private and public sector, we need to work all together collaboratively in order to achieve environmental justice. So maybe that's what makes our project important. Don't panic, we are all in the same situation. I'm in a bit of a panic condition right now, since I'm first. But let's imagine what we can do all together, collaboratively. And if we cannot see a parking lot turning into a green space, maybe this should make us concerned about the future. And if kids cannot do it, maybe we should be us doing it. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to the next picture. Oh, this is not working. Nope. Okay, technical problems. Wait, I'm gonna do it this way. Nope. I have the list here. I can also say the name out loud. No, it's not the same presentation. It's over here. It's this one. It's online. Next one. Yeah, now it's good. Now we welcome Antiquake. Please join the stage.
Hello, I'm Dr. Pınar Demirci. I'm an academic staff in Yıldız Technical University in Istanbul, and at the same time, as a part of the Antiquake team, we are developing a bottom-up approach that focuses on the risk reduction phase of disaster management. Antiquake is a community-based awareness initiative. We involve people of all ages, education levels, and social cultural backgrounds, from children to retirees. In this way, we do more than generate risk information. We aim to enhance science literacy, contribute to the scientific awareness of neighborhoods, and activate their social capital. With a multidisciplinary approach, participants observe this in their neighborhoods, and we aim to gradually transfer this knowledge into digital and open access platforms. Our model is adaptable not only to different places, but also to different types of disasters, including man-made crises. Most importantly, it is built on inclusivity, empowering communities and collaborative work between society, policymakers, and science. So far, we have engaged more than 150 volunteers and over 1,000 participants, producing 2 theses, 1 conference paper, 1 open data set, and a data collection tool. For policymakers, we provide reliable local data that can contribute to policy change. For Science Museum, we offer innovative participatory learning content. For companies, we combine social responsibility with community-driven innovations. For foundation, we provide scalable, measurable, and inclusive model. Today, we continue to empower local actors in 3 neighborhoods. Antiquake brings science into the heart of society to build more resilient communities. Join us growing this model together. Choose us, please. Okay.
Thank you so much, Antiquake. I must say we're ahead of time. That's a surprise. So now we welcome Code Berlin.
Hi, I'm Sylvia. I'm representing Code Berlin. And I would like to start with the idea that genetic diversity is key for ecosystem survival, yet very little is done about it. So Code started with a simple question: how diverse are the bees in our city, Berlin? To answer this, we set up a mobile lab that brings cutting-edge science into communities, enabling cities to become researchers. During impetus funding phase, beekeepers provided us samples, and high school students identify 100 bee subspecies in Berlin by producing DNA sequencing, imaging, and geotag data. This data was robust enough not only to share with the public, but also with the scientific community. But Code goes far beyond bees. Our tools are able to map entire ecosystems, from pollinators to water, soils, and even food from the supermarket. And so Code is an adaptable model that brings together technology, education, and sustainability where citizens can produce real-world data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, B-Code. Now we go to our next pitch, Citizen Social Science for the Benefit of the Deaf Community, acting for the HH. Welcome. Yeah. We're not sure if this microphone works. Yeah, all good?
You can hear me? Okay. Hi, I'm here to help you make your organization truly inclusive and accessible. I'm Stefania from Web2Learn, and I'm representing the project Acting for Deaf, which is about citizen science, deaf communities, and empowerment. How we combine all this through art-based techniques, video creation, and participatory urban mapping. Now, let me go straight into the group. So the ministry group, can you raise your hand? So for you, we are developing an open access repository on SciStarter with evidence on how deaf people can shape social well-being. Now, being embedded in SciStarter gives you high impact in terms of data and outreach. And the museum people, make some noise, where are you? Okay, don't you want your collection and educational programs to be truly inclusive and accessible for deaf people? With our project and AI support, you can translate your collections in all 300 sign languages. And the tech buddies, where are you? Great, now, deaf people are already multimodal. They're using text, videos, images. Now, multimodal and generative AI, that's exactly where AI is heading. So there's a huge need here and a huge opportunity for you. Now, the pharmaceutical company, hi, you're not only selling pills, right? So our project is about social well-being and mental health of deaf people. These are your customers as well. Finally, the corporate foundation. Hi. Hi as well. So corporate social responsibility is not just words, it's actions. Support the project we're doing, strengthen the voice of the unheard, and make your brand truly inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, acting for DHH. Now, up to our next project, Dear Green Place. Welcome.
Hello everybody, my name is Sammy Mason. I work in research and engagement, and I'm here to talk to you about our Dear Green Place project today, which also used the Our Outdoors app. So we worked with a group of young people aged 14 to 18 in Edinburgh in Scotland, and we were looking at how their local green spaces impacted their health and well-being. So over many weeks we used the Our Outdoors app, which is a mobile phone app which is open to everyone to use, and it collects data on how different green spaces, what features of them, and how that positively and negatively affects well-being for those who are visiting them. So with our youth group, we collected data on the app and then turned these data into data visualizations and illustrations with the help of an artist to create future visions of these spaces, which we then presented to the local council, and we're already seeing some of the impacts of those conversations. So the benefits of investing in this project are twofold. So first of all, we saw immediate benefits for our participants who were involved in the project in terms of better well-being for them by just going out and spending more time in their outdoor spaces and in nature. Also better social inclusion as they were spending more time with the rest of their youth group, but also connecting more with their local community through this citizen science project. And a better sense of empowerment to connect with their local decision makers and make their voices heard and make changes in their environment. Secondly, though, the more data that we can collect on our outdoors, the better understanding that we can have of our local outdoor green spaces and how they affect our health and well-being, and whether that's different for different communities across the world. So the more people that we can get using our outdoors, the better. So if you're willing to invest in the Our Outdoors app that we've got, then people all across the world, but also yourselves in your own communities and your own spaces, can do your own Dear Green Place projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dear Green Place. Now we welcome Deep Time.
Thank you. My name is Brendan Wilkins, and I'm here to talk to you about Deep Time, our participatory mapping project for citizen science. Now, the UK is in the grip of a biodiversity crisis. Since the 1970s, species have declined by some 19%, and 1 in 6 now faces extinction. We desperately need to invest in nature recovery, but we lack the landscape-level data to know where those opportunities are or to monitor the success of them. But what if we could mobilise the skills, passion and energy and sheer numbers of everyday citizens to help us tackle this challenge? Well, that's what Deep Time can do. Citizens, through our platform, can learn to become pastronauts and map historic features using satellite data, or they can become futurenauts and map habitats and monitor the success of nature recovery. Together, they create the trusted data that we need to influence policy, as well as for nature-based solutions. Now, we've already validated the model across 5,300 square kilometres. That's 55 times the size of Linz. And we've managed to do that by engaging over 6,000 citizens. This bridges national policy with grassroots action. So if you want to understand the landscapes in your care, if you want to put citizens right in the heart of nature recovery, don't panic, just call us.
Thank you, Deep Time. Now we welcome our next project, which is Oeiras Experimenta.
So, hello, I'm Maria. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to present Oeiras Experimenta, Climate Smart Crops for Sustainable Food Production, a citizen science project implemented in Portugal through a close partnership between ITQ Binova Research Institute and, very important, with Oeiras Municipality, where science, society and policy come together to address one of our greatest challenges, building resilient agriculture and food systems under climate change. We have transformed an historic old farm into a living lab where top-level scientists, researchers that are here today, João, doing the PhD in Oeiras Experimenta, policy decision-makers and amazing citizen scientists like Giovanna, that is here also with me, are studying climate-resilient crops such as grass pea, xíxaro in Portugal, you can see it, and then sorghum, that João is studying and can tell you about that, and imagine dryland rice that I have here with me, and we can show you crops with high potential for drought-prone regions, providing healthy nutrition and sustainable alternatives. Already, our results are identifying varieties with superior drought resilience, offering critical insights for climate adaptation strategies. Oeiras Experimenta is also, and very important, a community-driven science platform, engaging already more than 2,000 citizens, involving also vulnerable population, and thanks to IMPs and all the monitoring related to this part, that are helping us in field research and also very important in co-creating inclusive and equitative materials and resources for the project. Looking ahead, and very important, our ambition is to scale up this ecosystem across Portugal and beyond, reinforcing links with agriculture and food system communities. And we invite you all here, all the institutions, to join us and to invest in shaping the next phase of Oeiras Experimenta, a future where science is inclusive, resilient and impactful for people, and we believe also for the planet. Thank you very much. We have postcards for everybody.
Thank you so much, Oeiras. Our next project is the Museum of Food Waste. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Rui Monteiro. I'm here with my colleagues Rui Pedro and Susana. We are from Rio Neva, an environmental NGO in northern Portugal. I want to start by asking you, by a raise of hands, who has finished all of your food plates in the breakfast this morning and in the last night? Everyone finished your plates? This is a well-behaved room. Nice to see that. So, as you can imagine, our program is about food waste and participation. It's called the Museum of Food Waste. And what we want to do is to continue this program. We work with local schools, engaging students. For example, last year engaging over 500 students, teachers and the canteen staff are now to monitor food waste in 6 school canteens. For example, for 2 months, we identified, together with the students, over 6 tons of food waste. So I also working with them how we can reduce this food waste and then continue the program at local level and then hopefully scale it to national level. So this is our goal here today, and hope we can count with your vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Museum of Food Waste. Now we welcome Thermostat.
Hello, my name is Tijt Horst. I work for Waag Future Lab, and I'm talking to you about heat. Because as temperatures in the Netherlands are rising, the way we build our houses has pretty much stayed the same over the past 100 years, focusing on getting as much sun in as possible during summers and then preventing the warmth to float out. And recently, this has led to insufferable situations for many people living sometimes in like 26 degrees for months and months in a row, which affects their health, obviously, and at the same time they struggle to be taken seriously by the landlords, by governments. Thermostat is aiming to help those people collect data about their issue, assess it, compare it, and tell stories about their data, because we work with journalists. The project has reached many impacts from co-created national journalistic productions, but also to people being finally heard, finally having blinders installed in their houses, and so on. But we want to reach more impact, which we believe we really can. So whoever you are, if you work for a museum or for a tech company or pharmaceutical industry, I invite you all to help us reach more people by making our tools more affordable, more available, and by helping us connect to even more communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thermostat. Now we welcome our next project, BUGS, Benefits of Urban Green Spaces.
Hello everyone, my name is Agustina Santulo and I'm a PhD researcher at the University of Antwerp in Belgium, and I'm part of the core team of the BUGS project, which stands for Benefits of Urban Green Spaces. So the aim of this project is to explore how urban parks can, and especially the microorganisms that live in urban parks, can help improve human health. So we believe that humans need to be in contact with a diversity of natural microorganisms in order to have a regulated immune system. But when you grow up in a city, you're not really in touch with these beneficial microorganisms so much. So in order to tackle this, what we do is we work with families with young children using a citizen science approach that incorporates art, where the participants gather data, co-create, and also learn about biodiversity and health. So there are 2 main research topics in the project. On one hand, we want to understand which microorganisms transfer from the park environment to humans. And then on the other hand, we want to understand how different populations experience these spaces. So the main outcome of the project is the development of guidelines for urban green design that incorporates health promotion and accessibility, contributing in this way to sustainable urban development. So this is why we think it's so important that different stakeholders invest in our project, because together we can help build healthier, more accessible, and more resilient cities for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much to BUGS. And now we're supposed to have another project, but I don't think anyone from Paris here, right? Okay, no problem. So we're not going to do this right now. What we're going to do right now is each stakeholder is going to group up with the rest of your mates, stakeholder mates, and you're going to be divided in different areas of this room. So I'm going to tell you where to go so we make it a bit easier and more organized.
There should be a table with your card on.
Ah, okay, so that's great. Already Chris left a table with the card on. So you can just look for the the tables, or I will check and I will tell you.
Hi, hello. We represent the ministry, so pay attention. We had a question specifically to Big Code. Hi. You said that you have this tool that is applicable to other sections, like not only the pollination of bees, but for food, for other stuff. But we couldn't really understand how this could work. How do these things relate to each other? And yeah, maybe more about the methodology of how do you do that.
Can you just repeat which group are you representing? Sorry.
The ministry.
Ah, the ministry. Nice. So, yeah, so we use DNA sequencing tools. So basically we can map everything that has DNA. So what we do is that we get a specimen or part of a specimen, and then we extract the DNA, and then we prepare the DNA to sequencing. And we do this by teaching students or any other kind of community to do these experiments itself. And then we also do some bioinformatics pipeline to produce this data. So this is how we operate. Unlike what is being done at the moment to map ecosystems by, in specific, the German government, or I imagine many, that they base their identification of species in the phenotype, but not in the genotype, so it's not really accurate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now the second question.
So we are the Science Museum, and we have a lot of discussions. Maybe I'm going to move here because I'm in the middle. We have a lot of discussion about the tangibility of the projects and also this area of the local communities, how we can bring that to the museum. And we have a question from Deep Time regarding this area, because maybe of the project is maybe more app-based, so we would like to know more about this tangibility that you could bring to the museum and this aspect of the local community, how you will do that to bring to a science museum.
Thank you. That's a wonderful question. So I'm not groveling for votes, I promise. So we connect two kinds of data that often stay completely divorced and siloed from each other. That's the natural capital, the ecology data of landscape, but it's more than that. It's also the cultural data, the stories of our shared past. And we find that these are the stories that motivate particularly local communities. But because this is a digital platform, it doesn't just bring one community of place there. It brings a community of interest, which is global in scope. And when those two communities meet, that's when the magic happens. So we could help you both embed a local community, but also to put your museum on the global stage, as well as produce the necessary data that your community needs to manage nature recovery. Thank you.
I think I'm going to invite all the pictures to the stage so it's easier for the questions and answer, right? So you can just head to the stage and I'll move the microphone around here. Anyone else with another question over here? I think there's another microphone on the stage. You can just go up there. All of you, yeah. Everyone on the stage.
Hey everyone, so we're the Corporate Foundation, and we actually couldn't reduce our question down to one specific group. So we have a question for Oerias, Beloved Green Space, and Museum of Food Waste. So we have the funds, and we have like capacity fund you, and we wanted to see how you would take the scale-up opportunity. So what would you do if we gave you €500,000 in 1 year, and if you could give us a 1 year roadmap of what you would achieve and how you would scale up?
There's a microphone over there.
Sorry, it's okay. Thank you.
We got the money.
So Museum of Food Waste. So our, let's say, roadmap for the next year is we continue with our local schools. So consolidate the protocol there, which is working fine, and gradually moving over to our contiguous municipalities. So step by step. This is the most feasible way we have to do, and then advocate more for the national level. Otherwise, I don't think it's feasible to go straight forwards to the highest mountain. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question was to me, right? Third state. Yeah, I didn't hear it.
No, it was to Oerias and Beloved Green Space.
Right, yeah, I thought so.
Okay. So, and you are from the foundation, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if we would have the money, which would be great, we really believe that we can improve. You know, we can work and do research with these climate-smart crops in different parts of Portugal, but we need to convince the scientists also to work on these. Sometimes they are ancestral cultures that we used to use and we don't use nowadays, and they are so important because they can be more resilient in the context of climate changes. So we have to do a lot of awareness around the country and outside of the country, and also, and very important, is the food systems, no? That we can start to do awareness for the use of these crops in the menus, and that's what we are doing with the help of Impetus in schools, canteens. We are doing in restaurants. We are working with neighborhoods, with the, how do you say, with the social neighborhoods that they like a lot to cook. They have traditions for their countries. We are working with people from Cape Verde. I think that's how you say in English, Cabo Verde, and they do this cachupa, and now they are going to do a xíxaro with this grass pea that we show you. They are cooking, they are doing as menus and recipes that we call sustainable recipes with these traditional crops. So I think this money would be really well used, like in doing awareness with cooking books and other things that we can do awareness for these ancestral and very resilient crops to climate. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the generous offer. So, Dear Green Place, how would I use the money? So first of all, we've got our app, Our Outdoors. So some of the money would probably go into developing that. So listening to some of the feedback that we've had from our pilot stage of Dear Green Place, and implementing that into the app, and then kind of rolling that out more widely, getting more people using it nationally. But then also, I think it's really important to have kind of a place-based approach and to have kind of leaders in those communities. So the community that we've been working with in Edinburgh, we've got a group of youth workers who are all very comfortable using the app now and use it with their youth group. So we'd probably get kind of, more people from around the UK, around Europe, around the world, kind of trained in how to use the app, and then going out and using the app to collect data on their local outdoor green spaces and how it affects well-being and doing their own research. So that's what I would do with the money.
Thank you so much. Where was the microphone? Over here? I'll hand it to that side. Yeah. Thank you. So who wants to go next? Over there.
Hello, we are the pharmaceutical companies, so we have even more money than you. And in case you haven't seen, we already invested in one of the projects here, Placetamol, the little green pill that some of you may have seen in the main hall, which provides relief from eco-anxiety, dietary sin, frugalism, and neoliberalism. And today we have the same question for 3 projects as well: Museum of Food Waste, IRIS, pardon my pronunciation, yes, thank you, and B Code. So we are interested, as a pharmaceutical company, in the limitations of your systems change proposals. So for example, what would be blocking you from scaling up in future? What other kinds of environments can you operate in that you haven't had the chance to yet, if you had basically unlimited funds?
That's great. You can start whoever you choose, but be mindful of the time in your answers, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question, and that's why I have with me a fantastic scientist that can help you with this pharmaceutical company. So, João, do you want to help to answer me this question? Which kind of, as a scientist, what you'd like to improve in the scientific system that a pharmaceutical company could, maybe to measure different things than draw? But we have to be quick.
Sorry, this got me by surprise. Hello, I'm João. So, normally when we work in a setup of plant biology, the environments are very place limited. Let's say you have a plot there and you have another plot there. The environment normally is a bit different. In terms of scaling up, just using environments, for example, in the north, in the south, sorry, I'm a bit nervous, we can more or less scale up to these specific environments. And also we work in other European projects, and we are doing already, not with citizen science, but doing already some of these similar techniques that we use with the citizen scientists all around Europe, France, Switzerland, Croatia, and having the citizens to help us with this, we can scale up and yeah, basically it's possible because the environments, despite being so close, they are very, very different. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. I don't know which other project you mentioned. Food waste. Okay.
I can go.
Love waste.
So thank you so much for the question. It's great that pharmaceutical companies are now investing in food waste strategies. In terms of, let's say, barriers, or there's always difficult to engage initially the politicians at local level, to engage them in the process, so that takes time. But I would say that still, in terms of our broader strategy, let's say, we want to focus in schools, yes, school context, but you can connect this to different ways of, in a health perspective, for better healthy foods. So this is a way to go, and we are thinking about doing that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I think it was Bicode.
So your question was two questions, right? Limitations of scaling it up, and the second, please remind me. Okay, the limitations. So I guess big code is limited only by resources, meaning funding. And this is because this project, as I said, is able to map entire ecosystems, so not only from one species, or from one group of species, but a collection of species. For instance, we focus on bees, but we are able to identify all the organisms contained in lakes, in rivers, in soils, etc. So we can identify multi-species and not only one. Of course, we will have to adapt a bit our tools, but we have the capacities for it because we are researchers besides public engagers and educators. So this is something that we do in our daily basis. And this project can be scaled also not only, so at the moment we work with students, we are focused on high school students, but we are actually having several requests from beekeepers and from other kinds of communities that they also want to do more experiments. So we will be able to engage with other communities from different types, and additional, we could also expand how local, or like from a local project, we could become European project or even global project, because to sequence a species we need very little amount from DNA, and the collection of DNA is super resistible. We could ship DNA in an envelope and still be able to be mappable. So I could imagine a scenario where people will send us samples from wherever they are, and we will be able to have capacity to analyze them.
Thank you so much. Now we are a bit ahead of time, no, late, actually, not ahead of time. So we have the last question over here.
Perfect. We'll keep it very short because thanks to everyone else, a lot of our questions got answered. We are the tech company and we're interested in the valuable data that you might be generating. So this was a question for acting for DHH. We wanted to hear a bit more about your data and also how your community engagement is happening within the project. But also, and perhaps very importantly, because you mentioned AI, we wanted to know about how you're using AI according to FAIR principles.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, difficult questions. Okay. In our projects, basically, what we do, and I didn't have the time to explain later, is that on one hand, we bring together hearing people and deaf people, which is usually not a given in projects. Each project usually focuses on one of the two communities. We try to bring them together, and the data we generated actually is like trying to understand how these two can really communicate and collaborate in everyday life settings. Mapping the barriers, mapping the opportunities, mapping biases. So really in a citizen social science understanding and framework. Now, for the tech company, I would really like to emphasize the opportunities that are in developing tools, AI-based or any other emergent tech tools that could help deaf communities, deaf individuals express themselves, because they're really full of inspiration. There are people who are eager to be really active in society, but they face so much barriers, social barriers in their communication and participation, and so much little understanding from us hearing people on how they communicate in their everyday life. So I would really argue that also from the discussions later about AI, the thing is that we need to create tools with those people being part of the process of ideating the tools. If you don't sit down with a deaf person asking him or her or whoever identifies itself, what is your way of communication, what are your needs, and what you want technology to do for you, then we're just going there and say, okay, give me your data, your experience, or something like that. About fairness, you asked, and all these principles, I mean, if you engage community right away in the co-design process of all these tools or of any project, I mean, at least you have the basis to ensure that these people are, first of all, the owners as well of the technology that will be created, and they have a say, more than a say. They're creating something that goes back and gives back to them. So I think it's, I'm closing. One thing I want to say, one deaf participant in the project said at the end of the workshops and the discussions we had, he said, you know what, Stefania, there is no really communication barriers. There are social barriers and social biases that impede us from communicating. If we go beyond this, understanding, mindset, mentality, then I think there are more opportunities for cooperation than barriers. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much for all the projects and for all the questions of the stakeholders. It was such an interesting debate. I'm afraid that we won't have time to announce a winner, which is a big deception. I think you're all great winners. All your projects were amazing, but we honestly have to keep on time, so I'm sorry for that. But I think that the most interesting part was the conversation and... Okay, let's vote. Let's vote now. Each of the facilitators, you can vote, and I will put everything on the screen. We can do it quickly. You won't have time for a final discussion. That's the thing. Okay, so the winner is B Code Berlin. Congratulations. Sorry. And here is not as good as yesterday's prize, but this is your prize. Congrats. And in second position, Oeiras Experiment. Thank you. And the third prize is for the Museum of Food Waste. Sorry. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you, especially to the winners of today's competition. Well, I hope you had fun, and I hope you enjoyed the conversations as well. Thank you all, everyone, for being here and for participating in such an exciting way. And that's it. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for being here after lunch. With us is a new session of our conference. We will talk about the relationship between citizen science and art research. But before going to the panel discussion, we will have a keynote from Peggy Sulup, which I'm very happy to have here on stage. Her life, her bio is really a good example of how you can mix art, tech, citizen engagement, personal experience, and everything. You will hear from her. She's an artist, a computer scientist, and is a founder and CEO of CINER, which is a human-centered RE startup for hearing. So I leave the floor to you. Thanks for being here. A great applause, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really excited to be here, and thank you all for being here and taking this advantage to go into the topic. So I want to speak about human-centric AI and how it democratizes sound, and my journey, how I actually got from it, from my for me being a sound artist and computer scientist, having hearing loss and starting as with citizen science and then ending up in human-centered AI. So let's start at the beginning with the problem. Actually, worldwide, 1.6 billion people live with hearing loss. This is a huge number. If you look at it, that means actually every fifth person cannot hear properly. And actually nobody speaks about it. It's a normal thing. And if you look also worldwide, 1/4 of these people is in acute need of care. This is when you look on the big worldwide picture of it. When you realize that, hearing loss still is invisible, underestimated, and quite costly. It's not so much spoken about. It's something which is hidden somehow. People somewhat associated with being old and not getting it like cognitively. And there's a lot of prejudice all around. That means, in fact, that it generates a lot of cost because people don't do anything, don't get hearing aids, and that produces costs in the EU alone about $185 billion. That's $130 billion in healthcare and another $65 billion in lost productivity because people, they can't go to work, they can't follow, they can't communicate, so they kept out, they go earlier into retirement. And this all is also a cost issue, not only like a personal issue. If you look at it, how this actually occurs, you realize that actually in Germany, UK, this is a new study, Germany, UK, France, and Belgium, half of the people still don't use hearing supports. I mean, we have the money, we have the access, but still they're not used. How can this be, you know? And even that persons who have hearing aids, a study from the UK says that they don't use them regularly. I'm one of them, only when I feel like. So, and it's not only, I realized this even with people because, I mean, hearing aids are costly. They cost up to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, it's the normal price. Also, when you buy it, like, for example, in South America. I met even people in South America said, okay, we buy it, our grandma, really expensive hearing aids, put all our money together, but she doesn't use it. I mean, how can that be? And the effects are tremendous. That means, possibly about the cocktail party effects, that means that you can actually focus on one voice among many voices. That is really very important for social events. That means you go for parties, you go to any kind of like meeting people at dinner, family events, we don't understand, don't understand well. So you postpone or you're out of it. It is a social and cultural isolation. And also, I mean, there are many studies about this who say it might even cause dementia, but I think this goes a bit too far. But I'm quite sure that if you don't have a stimulation and you don't have so many social contacts, it could faster dementia progression. I find it kind of like, kind of strange, because I think people who are deaf, they're not dement. How can this happen? So it's a kind of like one-sided point of view. But I'm quite sure that it's a social interaction is really important for people to feel alive, to feel close, and to feel well. So it's all about well-being and quality of life, which is like tremendous, low when you have hearing loss and you don't use any kind of support. So we have this quiz here. I want to invite you to take part. And the first question I have for you is, how do you think, how long does it take on average between diagnosis of hearing loss and acquiring a hearing aid? We have 3 months, 1.5 years, or 6 years. Oh, it's okay. How can we see when it's done?
When you have to ask them.
Yeah, we have to ask you. So, everybody voted? Yeah. Now? Okay, so 6 years, you're quite right. It's 6 years, I'm one of these. You get this like nice little handshake. I wish you all the best, and you feel like, oh my gosh, I lost. And some studies even say up to 10 years. That means 10 years, not really cultural and social interaction, 10 years of like not real good life, less life quality. So what are the barriers that people say, I don't want a hearing aid? The one really big barrier is still stigma. Everybody wants to get old, but nobody wants to look old. So we just had to talk, you want to be 100, but all like, all good, I can hear and see completely normal like you 20 girl. No, it doesn't work like this, and it's still very strong. Then it's complex and expensive, you have to need to spend a lot of money, and the first fit, when you finally get it and you listen to it, it's not really satisfying. It can be really disappointing. So actually, why do I care? I actually mentioned it already. I had a diagnosis in 2013 that I have a mild to moderate hearing loss. And the shape of my curve, my hearing curve somewhat was showing a sort of like acoustic trauma, like you would expect from a gunshot or something. I actually never shot with guns, what happened? Then I remembered I did very well shoot, but what I did was rim shots when I was playing drums without protecting my ears. That actually made the difference, and I literally blow up my eardrums by this, which is also brought me to the idea to test hearing aids. And how it is when you test hearing aids, you have the situation that you go to hearing laboratory, and you get like your hearing is measured. You get an algorithm which shows you what amplification you need. You have some small adjustments, you know, usually like voice from front, noise from back. This is a static noise. It's completely, you know, like in normal life, you can imagine, you know. Then you go out into normal life, you have many different situations, and this doesn't fit. Then you go back, you explain, and goes back and forth again and again. And this can take up to half a year, from months to half a year. This is a really long process, and half of the people actually give up during this process. This is one thing. Can you imagine? You want to buy new glasses, and then you go into the adjustment, and they say, oh, I don't like it, give it back. Or you have glasses and you don't really use them. That's how it's actually hearing aids or hearing supports are treated. It's actually somewhat behind in what's possible and what fun it could be if you really would like love to speak and to work with the sound which is all around you. So my personal idea was, at that point, as a sound artist and computer scientist, there has to be something different. Actually, my expectation as a sound artist, I wasn't 10 years in sound art, I have a new device, and I want to do something nice with it, you know. I want to create new sound, I want to enhance my sound, I want to have fun with it, with daily life sound, you know. I want to look at it like a composition, like possibly you know about this idea from John Cage and new music, that you listen to sounds like something nice and shapes a nice idea. But actually what I found was the situation of a paternalistic pat on the shoulder that, okay, you don't like it, your brain instead up to it. So actually it's expected from me, my brain, which is like somewhat separate from me, that I adapt to technology. And I thought that's not the right way. I think technology has to adapt to people. So we have the small quiz situation again. Oh, are you still logged in? Can we switch? Already done? Okay, I want you to go into the topic. Think about what you listen, how does the sound feel when you get out of here, and how do you like it actually? Pleasantly, too noisy, live and chaotic. And you see already that in the way you describe it, it's not about analysis of sound, but the feelings you have to the sound, which shows how it's close, even if it's not music. We know it from music, but we don't know it from daily sound so much. We are not aware that it's very close to how we feel and what emotion it creates. So, okay, most people like it actually. That's nice. Yeah, 1/3 find it anyway kind of too noisy and restless. That's interesting. I think it depends on the mood also, Rod. Still voting? Okay, I would go to the next question. How does the info point sound when you check in? Is it a bubble, neutral, warm and inviting, technical? Like a market, which I find somewhat sympathetic also. Yeah. So you see, somewhat that 1/3 it's a kind of too much, and for the other 2/3, they enjoy to have like a bit like this noisy, vividly environment, you know. And this would also have a big influence, which we would use hearing aids or any kind of hearing support, how do you like your sound. This is something which makes clear that the sound perception is not done by the ears, but by that thing between the ears, your brain, your feelings. And that makes the difference. So this idea, I had this idea, can you switch it off? Thanks. I had this idea and I thought, okay, I want to know if other people too want to like play more around with sound, if other people have similar expectation of sounds. And then I actually created a citizen science project. We were doing sound walks and walking through Berlin, and we had small open source sound boxes on Raspberry Pi. There's still the open source box on GitHub if you're interested. And I was looking for the people. But we were also like analyzing the sound and analyzing what people would take, what kind of presets people would prefer. And I was looking for patterns, because I know where are patterns, there you can make an algorithm, there you can like program it something, make something out of it. So I was interested. People with same hearing loss, do they choose the same sound? People in the same situation, in the park, in the cafe, do they choose the same sound? Because we were in groups. And actually what came out, no correlation. No, not straight correlation, at least, between hearing loss and sound presets, also not between the situation and everything. Like you saw before, for one it's too much, 1/3 it's too much, for the other 2/3 it's all fine, you know? And that is also what you choose on the presets. It's not only about like technical, you can hear that frequency or not, how is it measured on the hearing test. It explains also why it gives only half of the information you need to make a good adjustment. So this was a point where we did something really different than is usually done in science. We invited people for co-creation, participation, and inclusion within as a starting point for science, not later for study, proof what we find out. And this was me, you know, as an artist, as somebody who's having the problem myself and digging into it. And I actually developed this project, got there as citizen scientist, due to the colleagues. I was at Fraunhofer, and they were like kind of smiling at me, said, this is not serious science, you know, what I'm actually doing here, you know. But actually, I could, something developed out of this. I have another quiz question for you. Can we switch again? About sound again. Listen again into the education sound here right now. How do you feel it? Okay, we have a free word cloud. You can describe your own words. Think you want to have a perfect hearing device and for optimize your sound in the perfect way, and you need to describe it to the technicians, or can it? It's working like this. Show it to him. I'm not into the interface. Calm, delightful. That's nice. Okay, much quieter. It's still murmuring for some people. Echoing. Yeah, you see again, half of people say it's murmuring, the other ones are saying it's calm. The perception is always quite different, you know. That's interesting. Are you done? Can we go to the next one? So think about, this is a typical test. How does it sound when a cup is placed on a table? Oh yeah, I have another one here. This is something you don't hear when you have hearing loss. I don't hear it when I don't wear my hearing aids. But these little sounds connect you to the world. They're connecting you to the environment. They're really underestimated. But I really like them for this emotional moment. I feel more connected. When I have my hearing aids, why? I can listen to that small click, clack, click. It makes a nice feeling, you know. How to describe? Ask somebody else who uses hearing aids. Style, soft, it's poetic. You see, it's all creating, these little things are creating feelings. That's nice. Are you done? Let's go to the next question. This is actually a typical test you do with hearing aids. How does it sound when a spoon steers a cup, or when you knocking on a cup with a spoon? Because hearing aids are specialized for speech intelligibility, and this sound is exactly in the frequency of the speech intelligibility, and that means it sounds quite harsh, actually. But let's see how it sounds to, I think most of you will have normal hearing, people who don't use devices. It's anyway a kind of scratching, okay, mechanical. Also improvised music. You see it from an artistic way. When it's hypnotic and calming, you should care about your hearing, but because possibly you don't hear it so well anymore. Yeah. You see, it's anyway scratching, and then you get like all kind of plate sound. When you get hearing aids, it's more annoying. So that's what happens. Okay, so you get a bit of an idea of this perception of sound in your daily life. And but I wanted to make it like more possible to individuals' needs and preferences. So I had the idea to use human-centered AI for sound personalization. And I got this when I was still at Fraunhofer, and I introduced it to my former colleague Tobias Bruns, and we together had made up an approach which was claimed as an invention. Actually, while I was preparing this talk, patent was granted in Japan first and then in Germany, which also says something about the whole thing. Thanks. And the more will follow, which is actually, how you see, user control makes a difference in our patent. You can look it up in the international patent data. So, and I thought, okay, let's do something out of it. And we're creating the AI hearing system project, the research and development project. I found it sincere. And as an independent research, now I work together with Fraunhofer, with my former colleagues, and Charité, who comes from medical side. And we're developing together a new algorithm, AI, using AI to adapt individual needs. Our solution looks like this. We're saying we're using human-centered AI for sound personalization. What does that mean? Human-centered means that what I just said, that this control and the individual needs is in the center of the idea. And that means also that, what we do, we're creating, okay, to explain it a bit, like you saw before, we were walking around and people were adjusting sounds. And I was like collecting the data. We collect that data too on a higher technical level with a very good sound analysis. And we look for correlation between the individual's presets and surrounding sound. We're not looking for general algorithm. We're looking for the individual algorithm. What sound situation are you in? What sound you prefer in that situation? And then we collect that data individually, and then we can optimize for the situation the people are in. And for the personal preferences. For example, one likes like flute music, classical music. The other one goes on rock concerts or listens to hardcore. But when you have hearing aids, you have one thing, music. It can be completely different things, you know? And also, or you're in an open space office, or you're always working at home, you know? You're living on the countryside, then traffic means something completely different than you're living like right at the metro station or something, you know? So you have we optimize to the situation the people are really in, because what's usually done in the big AI project is they take all kind of information, they say, okay, this is music, and this is like at the end, average adjustment people need, the average sound people prefer. And at the end, it's a sort of average. And that means that this 1/3, the 2/3 are fine, and the 1/3 isn't. Or half of the people, like you see, they don't use it at the end. So it's important to identify the individual sound environments as they are, not just like this is music, but that music, that kind of music people are listening to. And then also to optimize the personal adjustment, you know, you have like an app. The idea is to have an app, and whenever you see that, oh, I want it a bit differently, you adjust it, and then it will be part of the AI data. And that means, what I explained at the beginning, you don't need like describe sounds to your hearing aid doctor or acoustician. You go right in the situation you are, you adjust there, and that's it. You don't have this back and forward half a year adjustment situation where you always have to test and explain adjustments and sounds to somebody who possibly has a completely different way of listening to sound, you know. And that reduces hearing aid fitting time to, I guess, 1/5 or something, a few weeks. I think it should be done, more or less. That's also saying that the fitting results are really fitting to you, not to a generalized idea about how it should be. And also, as we are taking control and feeding the AI with the algorithms they ask, we only do our AI is just about the controlling of algorithm, also controlling of how much noise reduction do I want to have, how much equalizer, higher frequencies do I have, whatever sound there is, we can feed our AI with it. That means that we can control multiple sounds algorithms easily. And that means not only like for people who have classical hearing loss, who can't hear higher frequencies so well, which is like typical thing of age, but also who feel overwhelmed, you know, how much you would like to put the noisy sound down and how much you want to control this. You could also use it for that. So let's go to our last quiz session now and ask about what you feel pleasant as sound here on the Ars Electronica. What do you prefer? Quiet sounds, small group conversations, music or sound installations? I wasn't around yet, I'm curious. Nature sounds in art pieces. Urgent bass as a collective sound, like on a market, like we had at the beginning, which is also nice. Oh, nature sounds, wow. Yeah, the winner. So it's actually more like the calm and relaxed situations that seem to be the most preferred situations you like. Can we actually have at the end all the stats of it? Could be interesting. Okay, next one. So now for yourself, think about you would like have a perfect hearing enhancement. How should the voice sound to be pleasant? Warm and soft, calm, steady, deep and resonant, clear and precise, or dynamic and lively? Lively. So this is also, you see, the ideas are spread over. So hearing is a diversity thing. And listening to environmental sound is a very diverse thing. And it's actually happening with your feeling, with your cognitive way to treat with it. It's not an automatic algorithm thing where your brain has to adapt to, you know, or automatically adapts like expected from others. So, okay, thank you very much for taking part. We come more or less to the end. So I personally think that individual hearing is a personal freedom, and that the synergy between citizen science, sound art, and inclusion working together can transform sound perception into a democratic process. And I hope, I want to thank you again for listening. And I hope that this session is somewhat inspiring for you, and could even be inspiring for pathways which go further than this session here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Before inviting our panelists, I have a question for you, because I think we will go through this. You mentioned that AI-generated tools or algorithms are based on the median values. And at the end of the day, being the average man is something that has been designed, described, studied from social science, from psychology, but at the end of the day, more and more we're discovering it doesn't exist. We don't want average. We don't feel average. Nobody wants to be the average. It's just not there. It's a construct. How your work with art and science work around this concept?
Yeah, so what we do is we want to make AI smart, cost and energy efficient, in the way that we don't collect big data of everybody, like everybody using hearing aids, doing some adjustments. We collect it all, we put it all into one model and then see what comes out. But what we do is we take hand-picked algorithms to analyze the sound. We take individuals' data, and so we have a small database, but still so far optimized that it still makes the optimum for a sound profile for individual people. And it says no other, the big crowd is not in your personal profile. That's the difference.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Big applause. And now with my glasses, because I call to the stage Jennifer Canary, Joseph Borello, and Willy Nganga for our panel discussion. So, welcome to Jennifer. She's an artist, a researcher. She has been working extensively at the intersection between art and mental health. We can say that she's using art, but it's not the proper verb to be used in this context to support the understanding of psychosis experience by co-researching with the patient. So it's a work that really starts from art, but goes wider than that, and we will see in a moment more about this work. Then we have Josep Porrillo, full professor at the University of Barcelona. You probably know him for the COACT Citizen Science Project that won the EU Citizen Science Prize last year for digital communities, but his work goes beyond COACT, of course, and has a lot of experience also in engaging citizens, not only in science, but also in art and through art and science combinations in different settings. So we will see. William Nganga is a Kenyan scientist, activist, and promoter of STEM, with a focus on environmental issues, and is member of the collective Kairos Futura that won the STARS Prize for Africa this year. Welcome everybody on stage, and in this order we will hear from them, their experience, their work on this, exactly how citizen science, art, research recombine and make sense. And as we will see in discussion that we got before this panel, we want to talk about epistemologies, but also about really interdisciplinary work, so not art plus science plus citizen engagement, but something that goes more than the maths behind the three terms. And I think we start with the video from Jennifer.
No, I have slides.
Slides. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. My project is called Labyrinth Psychotica, and I'm trying to share 20 years of work in 4 minutes. So my project started after the death of my sister-in-law, who died by suicide in a state of psychosis. And I tried to understand her experiences after her death and developed psychosis simulation projects in the form of a PhD. And this is just 1.5 minutes of one of the simulations from 3 different professional perspectives.
I'm a psychiatric nurse. You're scary. Melbourne, Australia.
What do you mean? Why do you say we're scary? Did you hear?
It's very crowded in my head right now, so I...
How important is it for a person who works with a person in psychosis to experience this?
I have the power of color. I must, yeah. I'm a psychiatrist.
Oh, nice.
I work with psychotic patients.
Yes.
And at the moment, I'm trying to experience how it is inside Jamie's head.
Okay.
I hope they're laughing at someone else.
So cool.
Are they laughing
Are you
at my
behind
friend to you?
This is
or are
freaky.
you like mocking? Do you think I'm delusional? I'm so impressed with your understanding and with this equipment.
Is it important for a psychiatrist to experience this?
Absolutely. I think it would be a crash course for anyone who hasn't had the experience or hasn't.
They're behind me. I can't find them. Okay, and they're all laughing at me again. Hey, come on. Stop.
Started to storytelling. This is unique stories for people who have so much suffering, so much misconceptions, so much stigma, and you kind of like.
Oh.
So I developed this knowledge with the help of visitors of the artwork. They had to analyze themselves during the artwork, because the question is, can art simulate subjective experiences of psychosis? And then they analyze their experiences, and then I analyze that next to lived experiences and find patterns and use that for the simulations. I am now working on a method that I developed over a few years, a thought model, to help understand the subjective experience of psychosis based on that knowledge. And we are now piloting that with putting that in community sessions, and how can it help teach people learn about their experiences and transfer those experiences. And for me, artistic research and citizen science as the topic today When you think about data collection, I also think about self-portraits of subjective experiences as important data, mind map for self-help, and it also helps for early recognition and prevention, so they're just not volunteers, they're actually developing knowledge for themselves in the moment. Yeah, and we have a new simulation that is being used by the hospitals, education and police. And this is important because 1 in 13 people will experience a psychotic break before the age of 75, another hidden thing. So thank you. Oh, that's not me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Joseph, your turn.
Yeah, so I will just, is it working? Yes, no? So I would like also to briefly introduce myself. I think it was just moving around. Let me see. I think that I should not be touching anything. Just this. Yes, that's it. So I would just want to share a little bit my own experience as a researcher. I'm a physicist by training, and my thesis, for instance, was in econophysics, which is on financial markets, and that's something that maybe I should be now in a better place, at least financially speaking, but I decided also to combine more deeply my interest and insights on immersing scientific practice in cultural context and also in science communication in general. So in 2009, I started curating art and science exhibitions, and that was another step. And I was thinking, okay, there is nothing to be hidden in my own CV, so it's something that can be part of our own scientific practice. And that's why also in 2012, it started to be somewhat popular, the word of citizen science. And that's how we were starting a research group that was considering citizen science or participatory practices in its core, but also I would like here to emphasize specifically in this panel that it's possible to conceive, and it's necessary, I would say, to conceive citizen science projects and research projects in the context that any artist is more or less used to work. Okay? So this is one of the examples that it was in collaboration with Natalie Jeremijenko. I don't know if someone here from the arts world knows, but it's a very popular, or at least at some point it was very popular artist that is an artist in engineering as well. And we built what we call an environmental health clinic in Barcelona as part of an exhibition, which was called After the End of the World. And the idea was to find solutions to environmental health issues. And what we made thanks to this context is the largest collective monitoring air quality measurement in Barcelona so far. And from that learning, I would like to emphasize also the need of being more performative when we do citizen science, and artists are really good in that. Okay, so really to twist as much as possible the practice and to act as an artist when you perform science. And also another example, very briefly, that I would like to introduce is, for instance, we opened a street art festival in 2017, and it was a collaboration with Ada Vilaró, who's a performer in theater, and we spent 48 hours in a row. It's not a joke. So we spent 48 hours in a square where we invent or we create several devices for people around. One of the devices was just a sensor that you just touch it and you can hear your heartbeat. Was a sound installation that it resonate in all the square. Okay, but other were more related on behavioral experiments, and we just invent or just think about a protocol that involve, for instance, the difference between doing a social dilemma when you have a conflict with another person, like, for instance, if you find someone and what you do, you first kiss or you offer your cheek, no? So that's a classic social dilemma. And how it changes if before you just look at the person in front of you. So just to transform that as a performance and to see how people and behavior changes. No? And just very rapidly, just to show you another example, for instance, we collaborate with a theater company and just start explaining some stories that they were co-written with a group of feminists on gender violence. And the idea was to just share and explain that and small sets of theater performance in the middle of a street, and people need to take action or decide what they would be doing in that situation. Okay? Another example, which is related to mental health, and is very much related and very much resonates to the previous intervention, is that we were, and that was received the European Prize, Citizen Science Prize last year, and it's how we develop a study on social support networks, which are very much related on social stigma in relation to mental health. But we did that not alone as scientists and with the classic approach that a scientist would do, but for instance with a writing workshop. So the persons with mental health problems and also families, they were just sharing their experiences in a small space, but they tried to express themselves in a written text about their own daily life mini experiences that they might have. And also we had a professional writer there helping us, and also on the other side we had also a drawer or illustrator that also suffered some mental health problems that was helping us to illustrate all these experiences. So this was fundamental for that project. Without this help, we could never reach the kind of discourse that we finally got. So, and also because the person with mental health problems, sometimes the first challenge is to express themselves and to say what actually is going through, no? And using these kind of tools, and also it's just a self-reflection effort, but also in the end is just a social effort that is just what citizen science aims, is just to share thoughts, share knowledge, share co-production in knowledge, and finally try to build something that is valuable for everyone. So that would be my first position here, and we can just go on after with the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Willy, it's your turn. Yeah, I think you just have to do like...
Okay, thank you, Antonella, and good afternoon. My name is Willy Nganga, and as Antonella mentioned, I practice at the intersection of science and art. I'm a member of the collective Kairos Futura, which is presented there. And we are a collective that brings together artists, designers, scientists, and people from other disciplinary and practice backgrounds who share the belief in the power of art and imagination to address societal challenges. And I'd briefly love to introduce one of our projects that involved a citizen science element, and that is the Nairobi Cabinet, which was a water lab public installation in several places in Nairobi. We launched it at a public library, and the water lab is styled as an antique apothecary cabinet, housing over 60 water and soil samples from around Nairobi, accompanied by small and big brass descriptors that showcase where the location of the sample collected is, and where possible also the contaminants in the water. So the aim of the project was to bring to light issues of water quality and water inequality, which is a big problem in Nairobi, and so to also inspire individual action in addressing these issues. And that aim influenced us to introduce an element of citizen science in 2 levels, the first of which was in terms of sample collection. So most of the samples you see in this installation are from ordinary Nairobians from all over Nairobi, and that helped us cover a wide range of places that we could get samples from. But we didn't stop there. This is the science lab, the water lab in public display at the library. So as I was saying, we didn't stop there. We went a step ahead and introduced members of our audience to water quality testing by themselves using simple water strips that we distributed to them, and also provided a platform via WhatsApp from where they would do these tests and then share the results with us, with the hope that we are going to create a scenario where science and environmental research is not something that's simply done on people, but something that they actually participate and engaging actively, and they have agency in it. And yeah, some of our results were really interesting because it was kind of demystifying science and encouraging people to participate. And since then, we've been trying to ensure that we have a citizen science aspect in most of our projects. I will engage more as we continue. Thank you.
So I'm sure the audience have questions for our panelists, so I want to be sure to leave enough time for you. But just to break the ice, let's say I would like to talk about something that very often we talk about citizen science and art, without any specification of which art are we talking about, and any specification of where art, in which moment, in which way, in which process they enter. So already from your presentation, also the keynote speaker, we saw that art can be a way to understand the problem in a different way. So as a sound artist, noise is perceived as something that can be modular, that can be experienced, that can be pleasure, can have emotion. I could feel your artist understanding of noise that is not the classical from engineering, I will say. Then we can see art as a way to give a form to ideas, to experience that are difficult to express, or art as a way of being in the world. So to be, you say Joseph, to be performative, to do science in a performative way. So it's another model, or science for taking also the attention of people in a way that is difficult to have with other means. So there are a lot of different aspects. What is your experience of this intersection, and what does it mean to do research, art research together? Whatever you can have.
Okay. For me, I think knowledge, you can have objective knowledge, objectifiable data, but there's a very big part of humanity is a subjective knowledge. And that's understudied in the sense of what happens once is not taken into account in these graphs, but it's very real for a person. So I think taking subjectivity into research questions, I think is actually crucial. I think we're forgetting a large part of what it means to be human, and that science is wonderful, but I think what art can bring is tools that help investigate the knowledge of subjectivity.
Yeah, totally agree. Joseph.
First of all, I would say that it's so boring to work only as a scientist. I think that's the first reason. And the real intention of knowing and learning from people that is truly different from you and try to do things together. So that would be maybe my main motivation. I have always been in contact with cultural sphere and cultural institutions in Barcelona, but in the end I would say that that's fundamental. So being a scientist, understanding that you as a scientist, what you want is to learn and have an active learning. No? So, and starting from that, I think that some artists are great on creating the right situations to really help people to reflect on some particular issues. No? So, and as a scientist, we are totally, ignorant about these practices. No? So we prefer to be in a white cube and distant objective. No? So all these kind of things that we know, at least if you are acting as a scientist for a while, you know that this is actually never true, okay? Never. So if you just go for citizen science, I would say that also arts, in one way or another, can be a very nice partner.
And Willy, what is your take on this?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow panelists, and I think science being very inscrutable and out of reach for people is what is contributing to the anti-intellectualism that's going on around the world in various places. And I think art can bring a level of playfulness that demystifies it and encourages people to participate. So, yeah, I think like the interdisciplinary approach that brings these different fields that have been separated. If you think about it, it's in recent years. If you go back to Michelangelo and Da Vinci, they weren't that separate. It was both objective and subjective and interdisciplinary. So I think that's the direction that we should take.
Yeah, just another question that I think we want to put in the table. We talk about the subjectivity of the citizens. So that also the term citizens is problematic, and we all know we want to call them people, person, community. It's difficult, whatever you call it. But here I see a lot of personality and self-expression of the researchers. So your own self, how does your own self and your experience inform the work you do, and how you manage to don't just be solipsistic, so talking about yourself and to others as listeners.
Yeah, I think what Peggy is saying also, that you have to depart from the subjectivity of the people actually having a problem or a situation. That was also said this morning as well. I think that's just crucial. And there were thousands of years we haven't listened to people who have these experiences that are labeled psychotic. And then all of a sudden you have this artist listening to them, and and all of a sudden knowledge is being developed. That's really weird. But I think it's so important that everybody finds that aspect of a problem in society to depart from the subjective experiences of the people involved, first and foremost. I want to emphasize that.
But also your experience.
Yes, and my own. It did start with the death of my sister-in-law. I had no idea what it was. I thought it was far away from me. And then I learned that it's really close, and that actually anybody who's irritated about somebody chewing is already a mini hallucination. And depending on the story you build around that, that is already delusion. So it's very close to us, actually. And it happens much more than we think. So yeah, makes it important.
Yeah, for instance, in the case of mental health, well, it also comes from a particular individual experience. My uncle just died in strange circumstances because he was forced to be in a hospital institution. And there was an accident and he finally died. So it's about how we understand care provision and what about the rights of people with mental health problems and so on. So that's something that it really moved me. But there are others that maybe they are not so emotionally intense, but air quality is because I do care about my own city and I do care about my air. So these are the kind of motivations that in the end it drives you to bring and to meet new people, to do something together. So it's very emotional in many ways, in any case, no? And that's something that I really love. And I think that this effort to bring together subjectivities is something that citizen science and artistic practices share. They may use different strategies, but in any case, I think that to combine both are truly powerful. And this particularly for me, it really moved me to work with marginalized communities in my own city or people that are just suffering more heat than others. But any other situation that for me is totally important, and to make science and public experiments as an experience that it resonates at an individual level, because otherwise participation is useless.
Thank you.
I'd say I have a similar experience in terms of the city I grew up in, and I guess that's driven me towards the passion for addressing water issues, because the Nairobi of 20 years ago had really clean rivers that we could swim in, and then over time I've seen them along problems like population explosion and lack of environmental regulation and protection. I've seen them become way polluted than they were. And that's really frustrating, because the new generations being born are going to think that's the new normal. That's the normal, and they're not going to have the passion to take it back to what it was. So that influenced me to get into climate research. But at some level, I was frustrated because we did a study in the year 2017 about the nature-based approach of using cactus to clean wastewater. And we published it in a journal, but it wasn't resonating with ordinary Nairobians. It wasn't going anywhere. I was speaking to my fellow scientists and researchers. So I guess that's why I found myself working with artists, because now I have a more direct approach in which I'm not only appealing to reason, but also emotions, when talking to people and engaging them in the issues I care about. So yeah, I agree that it's a really personal experience that drives people in these directions.
Thank you so much. Questions from the audience? I can pass the mic. I know you to keep the mic, and I guess you have not. Don't be shy. We just did a psychological session with the speakers as well. It cannot go worse than this.
Hi, my name's Anita. This is quite a light question, maybe, or maybe deceptively so. And it's for Josep and Willie. You coming up from a science background, and I noticed you both work with artists, but you talk about STEM, not STEAM, which is quite different. And I'm always interested in that as an artist. With STEAM, you're not just using the arts to talk about difficult concepts and develop literacies, you're also teaching artistic skills. Is that something that you have stepped into or have clear definitions on?
This is for you, Willie.
Thank you. So I consider myself actually a champion of the STEAM approach in my country because they've been separated too long. And in my STEAM approach, it involves bringing people and an openness to also learn from people. I don't go with a top-down approach. Whether I'm engaging people from other disciplines or even my audience or the communities working. So for STEAM to me is also about being open to learn. It's not a very vertical, preachy, high-handed approach to working with people and communities. So I'm always willing to listen to other approaches to integrate them in my practice. And hopefully, at some level, we're going to codify the STEAM approach in terms of the skills and knowledge and protocols and share it widely with other people in Nairobi and the world. Yeah.
Yeah, just to complement, but I totally support this kind of indisciplinary kind of approach. I like very much also, some people also mention this sort of practice as intimate science. No? So this is the real approach, but if we go to the policy level, so I would like to raise the flag that there is a huge discussion right now on STEM education because some people are not saying that the A stems from arts, but from all, or from, and which sometimes it means in the end that these much more, let's say, less rigid practices that arts can bring in are somewhat dissolved. And I think that that's something that we might be worried in those two people that are in that STEAM kind of education. No? Because what they want to do is saying that, no, that's transversal, but this is very generic and is, again, removing humanities and arts from that kind of discussion, which I think that is truly necessary. I don't know if I am answering or we are answering you, but that's another level of discussion.
Peggy.
I want to ask you, what's your vision for your project or your idea for the future? What do you wish most? What would be ideally happen in, let's say, 10 years?
Oh, well, we're currently in the testing on individuals, testing in groups, and now testing online. If it can be done digitally, can we help each other with this method online? And the next step would be groups. So my dream would be that people can build their own communities and adopt this thought model as an art project and let it nestle into their brain as a synaptic artist so they can help themselves and others by with this thinking model, these 5 lenses, to understand themselves and others. That would be my dream. And let it go and just, like a virus, spread into the world. But a good virus, like a healthy one.
Just to be very brief, so my problem is that I want to do many projects, no? So just to think on single one is too difficult, but in any case, what I would like to imagine is that it's really possible that in my physics faculty to talk with no problem on citizen science in an undergraduate level without sounding like an alien that is just arriving there and saying, no, you have to invite others to participate, and they do know things that you are not knowing and is not going to be known in this faculty. So you need to talk with other people, you need to talk and listen a lot from others. So that's something that I would like to imagine, and in the extremist perspective, of course, to be really able to embrace some artistic practices and more creative practices when you imagine scientific outcomes.
Mine is rather similar to Jennifer in terms of I'd love to see the organic embrace and development of these things even without me being there, participating, because that gives power to the citizens, and citizens hence becomes a tool for which they can use to address very many other issues. And probably my role or our role as an organization can be to give a platform and visibility to how these things develop, but you just let them, you allow people to embrace them and own them, and then just observe where they can lead to, and I believe the results would be amazing. Yeah.
Do we have, yeah, there is a question over there.
How do you approach the community organizer aspect of your work? How do you get people to work together around a research topic? How do you motivate them to partake in a team that has one goal?
Me?
Anybody?
Well, I do not motivate anyone, so I just follow their motivations. So in most of our projects, we start with an idea that is already been discussed and co-created, let's say, with the community itself. So the first thing that we do is just to talk and to be in constant conversation with several civil society organizations. And if there is some common interest that we feel able to contribute, so we start the conversation and try to raise money or whatever it's necessary to make it. I don't know if I'm answering you, but I think that just to think an idea, to have an idea and just go and try to convince them, it might work sometimes, but sometimes it might be really challenging.
For me, the method is, first of all, deep listening, so that a person can contribute what is value to them, and also using it so it's a meaningful contribution, and to be part of something meaningful is a reward in itself. But I actually also raise money first and pay people for their expertise. So all the lived experiencers that I work with, they also function as lived experiencers, and I just double pay them because their knowledge is so valuable. It should be heard, but also paid appropriately. So that's how I also do it. So there's multi-layered incentives to participate.
Thank you for the question. So for me and for us as an organization, we acknowledge that the wider issues may be similar, but they manifest themselves differently in different communities and localities. So our approach is to first go do field research studies where we engage with communities and learn about which groups are doing what work in which area, and then listen deeply, like Jennifer said, and come up with something that works for these communities to the extent that they are active participants, that young people in such communities end up receiving microgrants from us to actually actualize some of these projects. Yeah, so community involvement is very central to how we approach our work.
I want to hack myself into the round, and I want to add that even also for my projects, the issue is so big that many people by themselves are asking us if they can be part of the study we want to do, because many people have these problems and they don't feel heard. So that's actually what we're doing is, I think, as citizen science, we have also as artists, we have a feeling for real problems which are somewhat hidden in society, taboos, something, and stigma, and we put our fingers into the round, so we don't have to motivate people, but people, if they find a way to express themselves, they're happy to get the possibility.
Thank you. I think we can close the question from. No, there is one more question. No, okay. from the audience, and thanks you because you were very useful in going deeper in the work you're doing. I think everything was really interesting, and I would like to close with a final question. What are the challenges and what is the need that you feel is not met for you as researchers at the crossroad of disciplines and in citizen engagement? If I was a funder or if I was a policymaker, what would you ask me for helping you continue your work? Money, okay, but besides that, let's say.
For me, it would be to set up a lab, a enriches lab. The project is the enriches experiment. That's a different story, but so I would love to work with some kind of organization or institution who is open to have everybody in that organization, institution be trained with this method and then see if it makes a difference in the organization. So to do it in a school or in a community, in a neighborhood, somewhere that it has this ability to install itself in a real social setting. That would be my dream. Next step.
So a
sandbox, living lab.
Sandbox within organizations that you can play with and see what happens.
Or just the streets, you know, like, somewhere real, Yeah,
I would say that let's remove vertical institutions, and especially in university level, and at least to provide a teeny space that you are able to work very differently as we currently work in academic institutions.
I'd say the major challenge is at the policy level from a Kenyan perspective, where it should be a bit more participatory and involving rather than very vertical and top-down, and which ends up being very harmful to the people we are trying to work with. Yeah, so the policy level is the greatest challenge for me.
Thank you a lot for all of this. I'm taking on board your suggestion because, you know, Impetus is an incubator, an accelerator, so we provided a framework in which project could give it a try, let's say, and support them as much as we could. But I really feel this need for spaces that are a little bit just like in between and not really controlled, and where you can have participation without necessarily have a KPI at the end that tells you that it's okay or not okay, but just try. Just give it a try with people, with organization, with institutions. I think it's a very nice suggestion and something we can for sure think about in our final months of the project. So I thank you really a lot for being here, and I please you to stay, because now, of course, we continue our work, and this question was, of course, a bridge toward the next session, that is Citizen Science in Policy for Commons as Activism, that will be facilitated by my colleague Alexandra Alberts from Nesta. Thank you a lot.
So, thanks for sticking with us for the final panel of today. So firstly, I'm going to introduce Dr. Katrin Voland, who's going to give our last keynote. So Katrin is the Director General of the Natural History Museum in Vienna, in Austria. And her main research interest is the interface between science and different public audiences, including policy. So she develops open science strategically for the collections, the museum and beyond, including citizen science, where she's active in employing integrative and reflective approaches. So I'm going to hand over to Katrin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. In fact, it was the first time to be at the Ars Electronica festival, so vibrant. Yeah, and thank you very much for your interest. I think it's not the first session we realized that citizen science is a somehow contested term. So I really would like to spend a bit of time perhaps we come to some kind of joint understanding what citizen science is. I will talk about added value as well as challenges, so I love to talk about tensions, and then come to some conclusions. So what is citizen science? I think we heard these questions sometimes today, so I will just ask you, and it's very easy because you see yes, no. Yes. So is this citizen science? So volunteers go out into the field, they look for amphibians, for reptiles, then they note down the data into a database, and biodiversity research is informed about the state of the art of biodiversity. So is this citizen science? Who votes for yes? No? Okay. You are very unsure. So another example. So there was this Fukushima accident, and people did not trust the government, so started to collect their own data to check what the governance is doing. So is this citizen science? Yes or no? Okay, another example. So you go to the doctor, and he or she is making photographs of your knee because it's aching, and you fill out some questionnaires. So from the perspective of the patient, is this citizen science? Yes? No? Yeah, fine. And another example, more from my field, from the museum. So there was a great gold found, and then there are some practitioners who also started to make the clothes where people thought there is gold in. It's also sometimes enactment or experimental archaeology. So this is citizen science, yes? No? Or, you know, there was a lady who had some money who went over to Suriname and drew some butterflies already in the 17th century. Is this citizen science? Yes? No? A whole class is doing a project, a wildlife crime. So they learn something about ivory bones, how to differentiate them. They talk with the customers. They got some insights into the UNODC, so the International Drug and Crime Agency. And they also thought how they can inform a broader public. So is this citizen science? Yes? No? Another example. So there is a homeless population, and some social scientists go and ask these homeless people to make photos from taps in order to increase the quality of the water accessibility. Is this citizen science? Yes? No? This I leave out. So this question, what is citizen science or not, is a bit complicated, and there are some imbalances, and there are also different dimensions of citizen science. So there are different groups involved, different questions involved, different power relations involved, topics, and as it's a bit difficult and there's not really a yes or no, Mookie Harkley and the team made a vignette study and asked a broad diversity of persons what is citizen science and what is not citizen science. So they really developed a questionnaire, and you already see some bias in the persons who answered. So it's mainly Western, United States or Western Europe, Australian persons who answered, and mainly scientists. And they really wanted to figure out, is it more citizen science or is it something else? Because it's sometimes very difficult to define. And also this bias is interesting because specifically Mookie Harkley is one of these persons who works extremely internationally and also invented the term extreme citizen science to say that the involvement of persons is very important. So, and one of the key findings of this study is subscription fees people don't like. So if you have to pay to do citizen science, and you sometimes see this in some touristic closed projects, then it's not citizen science. Also this gaming components people dislike, say it's not citizen science. Clinical trials is a bit difficult, and we just discuss whether you have to pay the citizens. So in this study, normally that also would be more on the not citizen science page. So why it is interesting at all to define citizen science. I think it's interesting for the funders. If they have a specific target with their money, it's important to know whether it is citizen science or education or something else. The scientific community, of course, is interested because it changes. They're interested in the human-human relationships, and classification of different types of projects and corporations is of epistemic interest for the scientific world. And the citizens, are they interested whether it's citizen science or not? Normally, they don't care least, I would say. And why do we have this slightly problems to define what is citizen science or not? Was habe ich jetzt gemacht? I think that's part of the history of the term. So at the same time, there was a person, Rick Bonney, probably people in the room know him. So he was a big birder, and he realized that people died, and all the data they collected during that time, all his mates, the data have not been accessible. So for him, it was important that people who work in the field voluntarily make accessible those data for the scientific community. And at the same time, it was Alan Irvine, who was a Danish social scientist, who wrote a book also with the title Citizen Science, with the idea that science should serve the citizens. So it's the same term, but means somehow different things. But in between, during the last, it's now 40 years ago, this epistemic participation as well as this transformative power of citizen science became somehow established in the community. So the normative idea of citizen science is that it should serve for both targets. So there had been also a lot of studies to reveal how citizen science is practiced. So it ranges from, I would call it crowdfunding, if you provide a photo or data or one data point, over a bit more complex projects, which still need some ownership of others, up to more complex projects, which you also may frame as co-design or co-production. Citizen science takes place in various areas, but there's a slightly bias towards field work, towards work in the biodiversity and the nature sector, and of course some history, so that is a rather new study. And citizen science also sometimes is termed social citizen science, because as a natural scientist, social scientists sometimes observe other persons, sometimes they include other persons in research in order to become more impactful. So citizen science is also social and integrates this type of things. Citizen science and transdisciplinary research also has some boundaries. From my understanding, citizen science is much more open because you offer, as if you're a project leader, to offer people to contribute to scientific research, while with transdisciplinary research, you normally aim to achieve a specific target, which you already know, and you have specific methods how you include the citizens to reach these targets. Anyhow, some specifically transformative citizen science project could profit a bit more, I think, from the methodology set which was developed in the transdisciplinary science community. Sorry. There's also cooperation or tension between citizen science and open science. So if you so citizen science was developed a bit more bottom-up, so citizens contribute to science, while the idea of open science and all this framing comes from policy, from European policy, and sees citizen science as one tool and one instrument to reach finally political targets. Targets which are not necessarily bad. In fact, they are good. They want to strengthen the European research area. And I think if you look around to the United States and China, that is still a very valid target. And citizen science is one of the approaches which is relevant also at the political level. So that's a bit more top-down and citizen science a bit more bottom-up. But it's interesting, for instance, Austria has developed a citizen open science policy strategy, which includes also citizen science. We also already talked about the wordings, and the citizens are sometimes a bit unhappy about the wordings. It was already mentioned in the United States. Sometimes it's because you need a citizenship to be a citizen in the United States, so our European approach is slightly different. But community research also does not address the really scientific layer of citizen science. Then there are some expressions like lay science or amateur science. So amare, amateur, I personally like, but people feel that the expertise is not really accepted and acknowledged. So also for the citizens who contribute, it's not always easy to find the right terminology. So even EXA, the European Citizen Science Association, avoided to define citizen science, but instead developed, and they are still valid. So the logo changed, but it's the same principles. They are already still valid and translated in many languages, that there are some principles of citizen science, which means citizens really have to contribute new knowledge and scientific knowledge. There should be a fair cooperation. The data should be made openly accessible. So if I combine this, for me, as citizen science is the active. So you really have to be, as a citizen, an active part and volunteer engagement of citizens in scientific work. That's my claim. And asking now what is the added value and even better the mutual benefit between the citizens and other actors. In fact, it's mainly data. So if you look in the different projects, citizens contribute data on biodiversity, on stars, on social conditions. They provide data around larger timescales and larger geographical areas. So data is what the system really contributes. And as you already talked about, artificial intelligence and citizen science. So all this data are also now used to train specific tools. And in the morning we had a session how then the tasks of the citizens changed. If your app already recognizes the sunflower, you don't need a citizen again, but he or she perhaps has another task. So that is currently very on the move. What is extremely important for this mutual added value is this learning. On the one hand, this is on-topic learning on sunflowers or stars or whatever. But what there was anti-intellectualism just mentioned in the discussion here. So scientific literacy is another mutual added value. So that science is always a process. So that is something which is really important with regard to citizen science, that the scientists as well as the citizens realize it's not the final truth, but research and science is always a process. You have new data, you have new interpretation, you have data, what is the societal impact, what is the social discourse. So really to understand what is science, where the limitation of science, that is a process. So that is extremely important. So the participants learn a lot about research and the mechanisms and topical learning, but it's important to realize that also the scientists learn, and it's not only social skills, they may also format for other jobs. There are different ideas how people learn. It's mainly by doing, same as scientists. If they are doing something and if they have to interact with the citizens, they of course also learn. So this mutual learning is extremely important. And for this, for instance, I personally found it extremely important if we also have school classes. This call of the Austrian government, sparkling science, therefore is extremely important because you already realize there's some bias in people who contribute to citizen science projects, but in the school, everybody is there. So there is not already this separation. Yeah, one thing is citizens contribute, or this transformative power of citizen science. So citizens contribute also to the Sustainable Development Goals. And if we are honest, it's mostly on data. So there's this framework or analysis from a group from the YASA, and they looked what type of data are needed, and we already had the SDGs today, but citizen science is the group who really enlarges the databases for some of the indicators. Citizen science also has this transformative power. It was also mentioned in this arts discussion. This subjectivity is something citizens can contribute to projects, because it's the Lebenswelt, the real world problems which comes from the citizens quite often. Sometimes it sounds as if the scientists are not really humans, because they also know about real world problems. But the citizens have their families, they can talk, they can contribute to tools. So involving citizens, working together, this can have some transformative power. But as I said, citizen science is not really representative. And it also is not always politically legitimized. And specifically, if we observe who's contributing to citizen science projects, it's often people who have an academic degree and normally earn a bit more money, have some more power. And if you look into projects like I showed with the homeless persons in Mexico, there's also power imbalance, because there's one group suggesting what to do and the other group is doing photos. And there's this normative idea of extreme citizen science, of people are working together, but there are very few examples. So if you look into the real citizen science projects, normally it's the contribution of data and it's not real co-design projects. And that is one reason is we really need high requirements also from the scientists to really run citizen science projects. You need a specific tool set, how you deal with the persons. Also transdisciplinary methods are not so easy, not for each scientist. You have to deal with data, with infrastructures, and so on. That is also one of the big criticisms. Are this real data? Can we trust the data? And it really takes time. If you have to learn how to communicate with the people, how to make your feedback, which is always requested. But then there are doubts. So is this a really nice project? It takes your time. You don't publish something, and it's not really, still not, despite all this altmetrics thing which is discussed, it's still not acknowledged in the scientific system. And also the tasks citizens can do are somehow limited. And there are these ethic aspects, like citizens contribute data, they are not always acknowledged. This is this idea of neoliberalism. And I personally think there's also some feministic or gender topic, because a lot of projects are dealing with nature. Nature does not cost any money. It's like care work. It's done by females very often, while Elon Musk and co. Well, so there's some imbalance which it's not so easy to address and to tackle. There are some other issues, like with regard to the training data, they are also not acknowledged somehow, and it's sometimes also not clear where they lead to, because some of these algorithms or machine learning algorithms for the citizens, and not only for the citizens, are some kind of black box. Sorry. And as I said, there's a very big gap in the power distribution. Who is inventing the projects? Who has access to the libraries? Who has access to the methodologies? Who has access to resources? So it's the scientists. It's in the scientific system. Perhaps it's okay. Perhaps it's not okay. That is something to discuss. But I think if you look into this co-design things, a lot of things for me are a bit normative, and if we go into the real world, it looks a bit different. And the question is also the role the science has. And my conclusions, I suggest different things. One thing I would say, stay curious, because the world is changing, methodologies are changing. I like this figure. This makes that we also have to be a bit more, or have to be open. Then I think it helps also your institutions, or we did it, if you integrate citizen science strategically. So we developed an open science strategy, and strategy means we also say what we are not going to finance, what we are not going to do, and where we invest money and what do we acknowledge. And also for the scientists in the museum, it is important that we have a high-level document, because it means we can acknowledge them. If we have a strategy, we are only running for ERC projects, then probably we won't be able to run citizen science projects, because there we have other evaluation criteria and other outcomes. So we made also a nice graphic, what is also linked to open science, is also open source and this kind of things. But citizen science in our institution plays really a role. And if we from the scientific world would like to foster citizen science, I think it's necessary to write it down and to make it part also of your own strategy. Then each institution has its limitations with regard to methodology. So we are a museum, mainly have natural scientists, some people from the humanities, but there are skills we also need if we would like to work together with other citizens. So I really strongly mandate to work together with social sciences, and also vice versa. Social sciences may also integrate a bit more knowledge from the natural sciences. There are a lot of associations which provide tools, and specifically also in the area of capacity building. For instance, here in Austria, Österreich forscht. So they have a lot of courses. They also do how you make a narrative on citizen science, how you deal with the data, and so on. So to really link up with other groups, that is always helpful. And I already mentioned EXA, the European Citizen Science Association. So there are a lot of working groups and activities where it might be interesting to have a look. And there will also be a conference next year in Scandinavia. What I also find super interesting, to build up scientific infrastructures, also for citizen science, for citizen observatories. I don't know whether Dilek talked a lot about this this morning. She is involved in this project, but the idea is each project, or even a European project, invents his or her or its own infrastructure, its own methodologies, and real labs and citizen observatories, and these places become more important. And from what I up to now understood from this RIEX approach, that it really should become an infrastructure, so the citizen observatories. So that means there is a bit more continuity with regard to experience, with regard to places, with regard to methodologies developed. So it's not here in silo and there in silo, but the idea is to have really a bit more long-lasting infrastructure, like in other areas, like we do it with our collection. So this is also to see it a bit more as an infrastructure. I think it's also interesting to realize that citizen science is interesting also for higher level organizations like the UNESCO. So the UNESCO has not really money, but has some normative power and acknowledges citizen science. And UNESCO is a global organization, not only linked to Europe. So the UNESCO already acknowledges that citizen science can contribute to their targets. So that is also an option to link up with other organizations, up to perhaps organizations in the economic world. Also the OECD is looking into citizen science and published reports, perhaps with another background than the UNESCO. But key is, I think it's very important that you keep having fun, because research is something which really makes fun. Also exploring new things, working together with persons. If you ask citizens why they do citizen science projects, of course they learn something or they contribute to a higher and important target like the Sustainable Development Goals, but it's always also the social component. With all this IE, we would like to come together, to talk together and to have fun together. So looking into all the tensions, so there is there are options that citizen science is transformative, it contributes to science, but also as many projects are in this framework of the SDGs, looking for healthier environments, healthier nature, human relationships. It has some transformative power, there are some drawbacks, and it very much relies on the specific persons and institutions who are running this project. So we should care for these conditions. Yeah, thank you for your attention, and Vienna is not so far away, so if you're interested, you're also warmly welcome to visit our nice museum. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Katrin. That was really fantastic. I'm going to move us on, and then we'll discuss in the panel and maybe respond to some of the comments that you've made. So thank you. I'd like to invite Sarah and Ivana up to the stage as well.
Should we go here?
Yeah, that would be great. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us today, and thanks everyone for sticking with us. I wanted to just very briefly introduce this final panel about citizen science in policy, for commons as activism. As we've heard in a few different ways today, citizen science projects have the power to influence policy and to support public engagement and also strengthen the commons. But they face a range of significant challenges, especially when trying to leave a lasting mark on decision-making and the public good. So we've heard some of the issues around participation, often being skewed towards more privileged groups, as barriers such as limited access or lack of awareness or insufficient organizational capacity can exclude marginalized communities. And then also things to consider in terms of political instability and safety risks that may endanger participants and compromise data sovereignty, while inadequate infrastructure and short-term funding limit long-term impact. And then we've also heard about concerns around data accuracy and privacy and ethics, which can reduce acceptance by decision makers when wanting to use citizen science data. But building real trust means open, transparent communication and true respect for local knowledge. And measuring social or policy impact is anything but straightforward. And there are few kind of formal pathways to make voices heard at the policy table. So citizen science really needs the stronger networks that Katrin's just been talking about, and also advocacy to really break through. So there's lots of different, well, yeah, it's the policy area in terms of policy impact is hugely complex. But I'm going to stop talking and hand over to our panelists to hear a bit more about your work. So Sarah, maybe we'll start with you.
Okay. Should I take this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Williams. I am director of something called the Civic Data Design Lab at MIT, where I also am a professor of technology and urban planning. And my work really focuses on how we can use data and communicate that data in ways that we can create policy change. And I call this process data action or data activism. And I think one of the most important parts of data activism is actually collecting data. And collecting data uniquely often involves kind of citizen science practices. They've kind of in that gray line, as you say. Some of the projects are more survey tools, but I'll pass it. I don't. Should I pass it on? But I'll just mention one project that we worked on recently that if people know about is collecting data on informal transit systems. And
one of the projects of the Civic Data Design Lab collected data on Nairobi's informal transit system, crowdsourcing that data from community members, volunteers, of course, then having to validate that data. But it started a process of communities across the world collecting their data. So we just made an atlas of popular transport. So if you guys don't know, informal transit is not, data isn't collected about it. People don't have maps of their buses. And so the Atlas of Popular Transport talks about how 16 cities developed their own data using kind of a citizen science methodology towards it. And it's at the Venice Biennale right now. So if anybody gets to go to Venice, you should check it out.
Hello everyone, my name is Ivana Radović, I come from Serbia. I work as a scientist at the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Belgrade, but I also come from one small village community from the rural parts of Serbia. That's important. Why? Because as a scientist, I saw there is this balance between the big picture from the science perspective and from the local community perspective. And I actually started to work in the field of citizen science from selfish reasons. I wanted to give to my local community more power. And I think this balance of power comes from the perspective that we don't solve local problems. Problems on national level or problems on scientific level are not the same as problems on local level, and I think it's important in relation to this panel discussion to highlight this, that citizen science actually should start from why, not activities that citizen scientists will do, but why we do them, and that's the way I work in citizen science. Yes, thank you. Say something more?
I have this micro. I'm just wondering why it's then important at a local level to call it citizen science. So is it really new knowledge which you need, or is it more that you really have to implement what finally is known to improve the living conditions of the local communities?
Actually, we use knowledge of local communities in order to solve the problem sometimes, because sometimes they know something that we don't know. But from the other perspective, we also, sometimes scientists, they cover methodology usually. But if the big picture belongs to citizen scientists, then the solving of the problem, then the scientist is just that, methodology and catalyst through which the problem can be solved, and the big picture of the citizen can be solved. So that's maybe you can add something.
Yeah. What was the question again? Why is it science? Citizen science? Yeah.
No, why do you name it citizen science? So it sounds as if citizen science has some power.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually don't like the name citizen science, even though I know this is what we've been discussing. First of all, a lot of my projects I work on with migrants, and they're not citizens, so I like the idea of public or participatory. But I think that's an interesting thing, because when you look at the research around this, there's so many names: volunteered science, citizen science, participatory science, public science, or public participation. So that would be my answer to the question. But I think maybe to get back to maybe where your question comes from, which is like, how do we define this field? And I think it's about participating and answering really important questions about the world, right? And so I think that's what you were just saying earlier, right? It has to have a point that we must try to answer something. So when you're looking at it in your community, you're trying to answer specific questions. And so, and that happens in a very participatory way.
Great, thanks. I was going to pose another question to the panel, which is around kind of what have been the biggest barriers or challenges to having the kind of intended impact of your projects. So Katrin had mentioned before around this question of kind of ethics and power dynamics. But yeah, what have been some of the biggest challenges?
I have the mic. I think there's so many challenges when you're doing projects like this, but I think that one of the biggest challenges in my work is keeping the energy and interest in the project. And so just an example from what I was talking about in the work in Nairobi, so many funders, so many people were excited that we created this first map of the informal transit system. But then the continuation of funding from funders or the continuation of interest in that need doesn't always remain, even though I would consider data live. It's alive, especially in a transit system, that they are very fluid, they change their routes. And so I think sustainability of citizen science projects are really the biggest challenge, because how do we keep and sustain that interest as we do the work? And it often has one particular question that we seek to answer, and then sustaining that question over time is hard.
Regarding the policy perspective, I think one of the important issues is level of democracy in the country, because it reflects on the level of involvement of citizens in decision-making processes. If citizen scientists provide the best data in the world, if there is no democratic way to handle the results and expectations of the community, I think there can be problems. Also, political stability. Maybe you follow the situation in Serbia. We have huge anti-corruption protests in the country. It's very difficult to talk about some small biodiversity positive project in this situation. So there are some more important issues where citizens put their energy. So it's also important from the perspective, my perspective of view, which is maybe different from the perspective from some other countries. And I think the important issue is to convince decision makers in the high quality of data. For us, that was the most difficult part, because we found 6 new species for the world and 12 new species for Serbia in our project, and it was a little bit of challenge to convince them. But of course, science is very objective. If you have data that prove scientifically that that's true, that's then supported. But data quality remains, I think, one of the biggest challenges.
I would like to challenge your question. If you ask, why has citizen science not an impact? That means you need to define a target. But to define a target, either nature conservation or we have enough food or you use that area in that direction, to define the target is not a scientific process. For me, it's a societal process. So if we would like to have an area of wilderness or with high diversity, or which type of diversity, that has to be defined with the society. And the role of the scientists, either citizen science or science, is to contribute insights into processes, to provide data and so on. But for instance, the Lobau, it's a topic here close to Vienna. So we can, as scientists, say, okay, if you manage the water as you do it at the moment, you will lose all these species which are there. But obviously there are interests in the society to use it for agriculture and to make a street. So that is the associated target. And what impact can citizens science then have? So I think we have to be very clear what is the role of science and citizen science, and what is the transformative process really. And the danger is that citizen science becomes instrumental. Now also, if I go back why I have to define this for the funders. So sometimes the funders love citizen science because in fact they want education or something else. So I think we should be very careful that citizen science does not become instrumental.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting and important warning. Yeah. Thank you. I had another question, which you touched upon, Sarah, but was around questions of sustainability in your work and how you'd addressed these questions.
Yeah, I guess I'm answering my question that I posed earlier. Yeah, so as I said, one of the biggest challenges is to make these projects sustainable over time. And I think that one of the things that we try to do in our projects, all the projects in our lab, is really think about the institutions that do exist in the place that we're working with, and how to embed our process within their institutional formats, processes, behavior, kind of programming. And by doing that, we're able to help keep these projects lasting much longer. So, I mean, what do I mean by that? Working, even though the government didn't create data in Nairobi, working very closely with the government so they understand the process, the procedures, that people from the team are very much part of the participatory process so that they can pick up that project and continue it after maybe the excitement of it leaves. And I would say that while we do that on all of the projects, we try to create projects that work within institutional structures. We're not always successful, but it's one way that we try to keep these projects going much longer than what they're living in. But I think also one way that we try to think about it is really, when we do a project, explaining our methodology and kind of really describing it, making not just the data open, but the methodology open so that others can pick it up and adapt it for themselves.
From the sustainability perspective, I think it's quite important. I don't know. I think the past life of the project is the critical point. We were part of the Impetus first acceleration program, and for me the most important part was the part about impact development. What is the impact of our project? And then we found out that funding was just the beginning, and the impact behind that was very big, and we actually started something. But the end was not when the project ended. And the community had expectations. And the problem is how to keep the community involved without funding. Because it's very difficult to have project after project, and you have to pass these 2 or 3 years without funding, but in the way that involves community. So for sustainability, it's very important to have this exit strategy, the list of assignments that can be given to citizen scientists that can be done without funding. For example, some online research or several meetings that can follow up the process of policy changing that we started and so on. Why is this important? Because if we disappoint community, we will not have another chance with that community. And what is important, another initiative will also not have the chance with the community. It's important to open the space for other initiatives to make trust with the community, not to destroy this trust. And from the perspective of sustainability, of course, funding is always a critical issue. On the country level, for sustainability, it's also important that scientists follow the decision-making on the country level. For example, if country makes strategy for science for some period of time, we have to be there to write, to make comments, recommendations, to finally see citizen science in strategy, in key documents on national levels.
Yeah, I think what you said is expectation management is extremely important, because we always, it's a lot of projects on the good side of life. Yeah, it's dealing with living conditions, biodiversity, and so on. So people are highly motivated, but under-resourced. Yeah.
Yeah, and also how to manage the expectations. Yeah, after the end of the project. Thank you. I was going to open it up to the floor if anyone's got any questions for our panel. I can see a hand up just over there. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Very good. I'm really interested in the question that's come through some of the discussion about how we strengthen the commons rather than reinforce existing inequalities. And I just wonder whether the default setting of open science as the best way to do things might itself be reinforcing inequalities in certain instances. From our own project perspective, our data, which is at landscape, regional level, is hugely valuable in emerging nature recovery markets. And the idea that we should, as some funders would require us to do, just put all that data out there as open source data would initially and immediately be extracted by AI companies and then sold back to us. And I wonder if there are other models that the panel might have encountered, such as data platform cooperatives or data trusts that have come across some of your own work, and whether you've got any thoughts on that working alongside open science.
That is a fierce debate since the beginning, and it also, yeah, if you talk about plants or animals which are very seldom and so on, so that is really a debate. We think open science still has more added value, and I think we should a bit more. Yeah, and in Europe, at a European level, there are currently data spaces in development, tools in development, like the European Open Science Cloud, also more infrastructures in development. It's nothing which can be used at the moment, from my perspective, with satisfaction. But to link data with other information is such a high value that I would not like to miss it. But I see your point. But to be afraid that other use data and have a business model and then close the data, I think it would make us much more inefficient and finally would cost more. We should be better in using our own data, and we should become better in also setting our own goals. So what would we like to reach here in Europe, and what type of environment we would like to live? And then not only we need this data, and each company is also limited. So despite I know all the drawbacks, and we have to talk about business models and so on, I still think that open science is the way also to go. It's the free and it's the inspiring world. Yeah, it's my perspective.
I was also going to add a really interesting experiment in the UK at the Serpentine Gallery in London. They've been doing some really interesting experiments with an artist called Holly Herndon, who works a lot with her voice, but also with kind of issues around rights and data when it comes to voice. And she did a really interesting exhibition where she recorded lots of choirs across the UK, and then involved some others, some external people as well, in a kind of experiment to develop a data trust and to explore the views of the choir, the people singing in the choir, about how their data, like their voices, are being used. And I think there's some really interesting explorations, particularly in terms of the legalities around kind of data trusts. But I would say I think it's really interesting, this asking people about how they want their data to be used. So particularly, in citizen science initiatives, where maybe the data is being used to train AI, and is that like acceptable to the participants? And I think starting to have these conversations and explore different models is really exciting and really important time.
May I add something? So I think these new models are super interesting. So open science does not necessarily mean free of charge. So there are also different types. It means you find the data, finally. But it's not only data from biologists, it's also this artist to do something which is used and it's not acknowledged, it's not paid, and nothing at all. So I think there's a growing new market of jobs. It's perhaps a similar process as we find it in the media. No? I personally pay the newspaper to have a gatekeeper, to do some pre-selection, that I don't have all this bullshit, but I know this is important. for some people, and it is quality checked. And in fact, I think that should be done also with other type of data, and it is some kind of new profession, not only for citizen scientists, but generally for a specific group. And from my perspective, here in Austria, like the Arbeiterkammer oder Gewerkschaften, societies, or this, there should be new institutions defending a bit more the scientists and the artists and coming to new business models. But I think that's now a very, a new field. It has to be discussed. But to close everything, I don't think that's the way in the future.
Sorry, just to add something about this open access to data. Of course, I like it as a scientist, but as activist and citizen, I don't like it. I can explain why. Because sometimes local stories are activist stories. The citizen science story is sometimes not just fight for something, but against something. And we have to be, in these cases, very careful what we give to the public. Also because we work in the field of citizen science for agrobiodiversity, traditional varieties of fruits and vegetables, those objects are very suspected to biopiracy. So we have to be also here really careful what data in what degree should be open to public, and it should be also managed somehow on institutional level. That's the restriction that I have regarding.
Thanks. Thanks for that question. Are there any other questions from the audience? Yeah, yes.
It's a very simple question maybe for you, but when activism starts to play a big role? When?
Oh, when? When does activism play a role in my research or the Citizen Science Project? I think that all of my projects try to think about this idea of missing data. So there's so much data in the world that is missing most of the time on purpose and represents some kind of power dynamic. And so one of the things that I'm interested in then elevating the position of those on the margins that are not being considered within the data. And so I think a lot of my projects start with the premise that that data is missing, and therefore we need to go out, collect it, find it in other kinds of ways. Sometimes we use other things in citizen science to collect that data, but I think that that we often think of data as a tool for power, and I try to kind of take that power dynamic and flip it on its head by using it to help empower those that are on the margins of society. But I think this question of, we're all looking at this missing data set because it reflects often a power dynamic. But in that collection, it's really important to do no harm and think about the potential for, let's say, visualizing, making open that data to do more harm than we would be able to do good with. And so that's something that I'm always considering in the projects, and I think is important to the conversation that you just brought up earlier, right? Is like, when is it okay to make data open or not? And what are the ethics around that? And, I think I try to follow the Belmont principles. I don't know how many people are familiar with the Belmont principles. Anyone? No? Oh, okay, I'll tell you. In the United States, the Belmont principles come from a project that was done to African Americans who had syphilis. It's called the Tuskegee experiment, and essentially they were telling participants of this project that they were getting treatment for their syphilis. It was happening to African American men. And in fact, many were not receiving treatment because they were doing an experiment to see kind of different levels of treatment and so forth. And so some were not receiving the treatment at all and were not made aware of this. And from that experiment, we created a law, which is a set of principles that say that any participant in a study must be aware of that study and what is the outcome and have the option to participate or not. But another principle that in the Belmont Principles is this idea that while we seek knowledge for something, we must make sure that that knowledge does not do more harm than good. And obviously, that's a hard thing to answer, right? Like, because obviously in this case, the argument might be like, oh, well, we'll be able to solve syphilis, but obviously it's causing way more harm to those participants than it's doing good. And so this is something that I think a lot of scientists, in at least the American context, like consider when they're thinking about making their data open or transparent, and it's something that I talk a lot about in data action. Just to give an example again from my project that collected data on informal transit systems, and we got asked to help cities all over the world, make this data, visualize it. In some places, we didn't do that work, even though the community really asked for it, because we know once we visualized it, it would cause a crackdown on the system and potentially the complete removal of it. And in many cities in the world, that is the only form of transit, and so it would kind of really disable and harm that community. I could give a whole class on the Belmont Principles, but that was like a summary of it. But I think this idea of thinking about doing less harm and doing good with data is where data activism comes from, which is your original question.
Thanks for the discussion so far, very interesting. I was wondering, so I work a lot with different communities as well, both existing from citizens as well as policymakers. And I feel sometimes this tension between the policy and the activism. It has different speeds. The policy is talking a lot, and policymakers want to know and be informed, and citizens who are more in an activistic way actually might do very bold statements in the media. So how do you experience this in your work, and how do you maybe bridge between the policy and the activism?
Yeah. It's on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can speak from the experience from my projects. There is a tension between them, but sometimes communities speak in a language that is not fact-based. For example, they don't have the data, they don't have argumentation. They just know something is bad by intuition. And citizen science is a way to transform this intuition into data-based document that you can give to policymakers. Also, it's important to follow these strategic documents of the policymakers. They want to feel some goals. They want to feel some achievements that they put in the strategic documents. And it's always important to remind them of this. And I think another important thing is that citizens should connect internationally. They can really help to exchange experiences, especially for the countries who are accession members of European Union, like my country, because we have to harmonize the legislation with European Union, and citizens can use the experiences from European Union in this regard. So that's my perspective.
I think this is a great question, right? Like, and maybe speaks to everything outside of it, even data activism is, in order to change policy, to get something into a policy document, we have to have the kind of civic debate. And I think that a lot of data activism projects really help bring that civic debate into the public forum, into more kind of general knowledge, broader publics than just the policy arena, and that those kinds of conversations can really force policy in a different kind of way. I'm just trying to think of like an example of this. I'm going to take an example of stop and frisk data in the U.S. And there's a law that, or there used to be a standard of practice that you could just stop somebody and frisk them, and they had all kinds of data about that the police department took, and some data activists took this data and used it to create a civic debate during a mayor election, right? So they started to visualize this, collect information to show, let's say, the inequity in this particular case, right? We shouldn't just stop somebody on the street and ask them search. There's a law against that, actually, search and seizure without probable cause. So these activists kind of made visualizations, started to have the conversation, and they did it strategically around a mayoral debate. And because of that strategicness, they were able to get a policy that made stop and frisk illegal in New York City. But I guess what I mean is like some of these data activism projects get an idea into the public domain in such a way that it forces the policy arena or policymakers to take some kind of action. But it does take a long time. And I think we need to be patient in that length, because it takes a long time to have that civic debate, to get it onto people's common knowledge, and to not get disheartened by things not changing right away, because in the end, they will. I feel like this stop and frisk example that I'm giving you took, a couple years to collect the data, visualize it, strategically place it in this time during the mayor election, and then continue that work. I think then they had a lawsuit, and so all in all, like maybe 5 years to change that law. But I think it's important. That time is important in order to create the debate, to trust the outcome. And that's maybe why policy takes so long. But trust, back to trust from the beginning.
I think or the experiences are complex, because sometimes activists contribute to SDG goals. Sometimes they say something is extremely unjustice and are extremely loud, but generally, activists have a very specific individual interest, a specific small interest, and policy making, in principle, has to overview the whole and is looking for the public interest. And of course, there are conflicts, and the world is not ideal. We also have to say sometimes policy is closely linked to specific concerns or economic interests. And what you said in the beginning, so transparency and democracy, so the democratic control also of the policy, which often are persons who are sitting there in the governments and are not elected directly. But this control, I think, is extremely very important. But we have to keep in mind it's always specific interest of activists. It's not generally a common interest. It's also a NIMBYs, for instance.
I was also going to add something to the question as well, because I feel like that's where projects like Impetus come in terms of the work that we've been doing, maybe more to link policymakers to the citizen science community and trying to take kind of more creative approaches. I think we were having a discussion this morning on the data walk about exactly this topic, and just bringing people together to understand what are the needs or the challenges faced by the citizen science community, but also what are the needs, the data needs, the issues that policymakers are facing, and kind of trying to bring the two together through kind of different approaches, like more creative approaches. I think we have time for one more question, if there's anyone from the audience. I can't see any hands, so, oh yeah.
Hi, yeah, I just thought this question just came up to me right now because next week I'm doing a workshop with 130 Year 11s in a school, international school in Vienna, and we're doing a citizen science survey that we've been working with my mother and I, because we work together as a plastic-free boy project, presenting to hundreds of schools globally. But we've been working with the International Commission for the Protection of the Danube River, it's a bit of a mouthful, which is working with the Joint Danube Survey, which is another mouthful, but that's a huge survey all across the Danube. And students are being involved next week. How would you communicate, a little bit of advice for me, how would you communicate to the students of how citizen science makes a direct impact through policy? How would you communicate that to students? These are young people, they're trying to figure out what their career is as well, so the teachers want me to give them a little nudge towards citizen science. CAS, which is Creativity, Action and Service, which is part of their curriculum. Yeah, so how would, not just involving science, but everything else, from business to community engagement, global engagement, all tied to citizen science, how would you communicate that to 17-year-olds? Good luck.
Super good question. I think that, like any one of us, we need examples of successful citizen science projects. I think that would be my advice to you, because I think that, you know, when you're in the process of collecting something, it might be fun and interesting or so forth, but and I'm just thinking of a project that I use often in my class, so maybe but these are older students, not 17-year-olds, but maybe it helps. But there was a project in Pennsylvania in the United States where a lot of fracking happens. I don't know if you guys are familiar with fracking, but and essentially the different companies were saying that fracking is not toxic, it's not a problem to the environment, you're not experiencing any problems. And so a group of community members got together and started to measure the air quality that started before and after like heavy fracking in their community. And they were able to use that data as evidence to the EPA and actually stopped the fracking in their community. So it kind of, again, took a long time, but it shows the impact of their work. They actually were able to stop the harm to their community. So maybe that kind of small story helps to get them excited.
Well, very difficult question, but I would say that it's important to see the personal motivation, because you have to explain to them why is this policy important for them personally. And because if I understood those schools are worldwide, it means that you have to find motivation of people from different contexts and social surrounding. So the good way for me would be to find the really good representatives, so 70 years old, who can speak for their generation. Why is that important for them? I wouldn't listen to, when I had 17 years, when I see somebody who has 50 and speaks to me why policy is important, I will just go. So maybe to use this tool to maybe just a tool, but I have to think more about this.
But I already two very important points. I have successful examples and a person who is sympathetic. But I also think people would like to be self-efficient. Yeah, you as a human would like to have some impact, and you really contribute to a larger target. I don't know whether everybody's aware how much plastic is around and already in our bodies. Yeah, so probably you know all this, but they contribute to an overall target and can become self-efficient. if you look into a scientific career, I only can say, yeah. But to become a part of a really transformative society, I think that is motivating also for younger persons, I hope. Yeah.
I was going to add one more point as well, building on those, which was around, there's a really wonderful project called Danube for All. Maybe you know it already. Great. But yeah, so there's just getting them involved also in doing it together. So collecting, or there's the Drinkable Rivers survey or the microplastic survey, and just getting them doing it together. And through that, they'll discover their personal motivations.
And involve media, they report. Yeah. Social media, and that media will report about this. Then people see each other in the television and so on, they're happy.
Well, my mom's a filmmaker, so she's been filming me since I was 11. So we show those films, which is also inspiring because they see another young person growing.
Yeah, totally. So I think we're at about time, but thank you so much to all our speakers, but also all of you for the great questions. And I'm going to hand over to Vanessa for some closing remarks for the day.
Stay. Thank you very much. Thank you, first of all. So, to start with, hi, I'm Vanessa Hannes-Schläger. I'm head of European collaboration here at Ars Electronica. And I'm standing in front of the speakers, which is not ideal, the colleagues tell me. And in this context, it is also, I don't want to stand in front of our pretty panel, so I'm going to hide over here. Yes, the colleagues give me a thumbs up. Voila, in the context of one of our very fantastic European collaborations, it is that we hosted this wonderful day on citizen science in the context of the Impetus project that I think you are by now intimately familiar with. And I would like to take the opportunity to not only thank our speakers, thank our audiences in the spirit of citizen science as well, but especially, of course, also thank all of our partner institutions with whom we collaborate in the context of Impetus, King's College London, Zabala Innovation, Nesta, Science for Change, T6 Ecosystems, and UC. And that's a joke. I hope that you had an inspiring day. I hope that you made some new connections, learned a few new things, maybe also contributed a few new perspectives. And in case you haven't had enough of citizen science at Ars Electronica and are up for seeing some parts of the exhibition tomorrow, I would also like to very warmly invite you to come and see two of our European Union Prize for Citizen Science winners tomorrow, or even today still if you want and have time. We are having in the first floor exhibition area showing this year both the Heroines project, hi, as well as the Museum of Food Waste. So that's right next to the open kitchen, and if you want to grab an apple, finish it, then you can also visit the Museum of Food Waste and contribute a sticker that you did not waste any food today. So thanks to everyone in the room, and I wish you a wonderful rest of the day here at the Ars Electronica Festival.